One of the things it means to be human is to be in a physical body, and all of the physical things that happen to us. And so many of the programs that are put out, and the emphasis is on how to make that physical body more attractive, and how to keep it young, and how to keep it rich, and how to keep it insured, and how to make a lot of money for it. And that's one big focus, all right? And certainly there's nothing wrong with any of that. But then there's another major part of being human. That is the inner universe, the universe within you. And in that inner universe, the outcomes and the goals and the processes are completely the opposite. They're very, very different. You can't smell inner awareness. You can't touch it. You can't feel it. You can't get a hold of it. You can't dissect it. You can't put it into a measuring device. It is yours to have as a divine package, or it's yours to have as a corrupt and awful package. It just depends on how you use that inner world. And the irony is that as that inner world becomes filled with harmony and love and caring and acceptance for yourself first, and then for others, as you extend that outwardly, and as that begins to happen for you, the physical world, the other part of you, where you're trapped in this physicalness, also begins to get all the things that you were so determined to get for you. It all seems to work together.
You can learn to make your inner world work for you so that you'll be a success in any area, whether it has to do with business, family and love relationships, or personal achievements of any sort. In The Universe Within You, you'll discover the secret source of strength available to all of us if we just know how to tap into it. Dr. Wayne Dyer recorded live segments of this program several years ago, and since then he's developed and expanded on the techniques he discussed originally. So you'll get the secrets of the universe as outlined by the character Icus in Wayne's book, Gifts from Icus, and you'll get many, many more life-changing ideas to help you be and achieve whatever you desire. If you look to the universe within, you'll discover the power you have to deal with everyone and every situation peacefully and powerfully. You'll learn how to follow your inner signals so you'll never again be troubled by external events or petty people. You'll hear how to follow the way to true freedom and success. Success that's not measured by the amount of money you make or your material possessions. This success is based on the amount of satisfaction and joy you get from living life every day. Wayne Dyer certainly knows what that's all about. An accomplished author, lecturer, and psychotherapist, Wayne's career is proof that his philosophy works. His best-selling books include Your Erroneous Zones, You'll See It When You Believe It, Pulling Your Own Strings, and The Sky's the Limit. Wayne's also a best-selling Nightingale-Conant author with audio and video programs that include Transformation, The Awakened Life, Choosing Your Own Greatness, How to Be a No-Limit Person, and What Do You Really Want for Your Children. He's appeared on thousands of radio and television shows, and he's a recipient of the Toastmasters International Golden Gavel Award, as well as a member of the International Speakers Hall of Fame. You'll understand why when you hear this latest addition to Wayne's body of work. Wayne will tell you how to develop true inner faith, the art of managing your emotions, how to get the treatment you want and deserve, and the way to truly get rid of guilt in your life. The way the program is structured, you'll hear both live and studio recordings throughout. The first 3 sessions will set up some of the newest material. The 4th session will bring in the information you'll be able to use from the parable about Icus. And from then on, you'll hear information from both portions of the recordings. So let's get started by listening to Wayne discuss true happiness and how anyone can achieve it.
Happiness is available for you anytime you want it. Whether you're cleaning out your closet, whether you're sitting on the can, whether you're changing your baby's diaper, whether you're working on a project that is exciting for you, whether you're going on a camping trip, whatever it is that you're doing, that happiness is something that's available to you. Normal people don't speak the kind of language I'm talking transcendent kind of language. That when you're around these kind of people, they inspire you, even if they're not even trying to convince you of anything. They
They have an aura almost about them that you know you're around a special human being. It's like their presence motivates because they transcend the typical. They transcend the normal and go into areas that no one ever dreamt of before and don't even think about the consequences of whether it's going to work or not work. That isn't even an issue for them. A man of knowledge, Carlos Castaneda wrote about in A Separate Reality. He said a man of knowledge lives by acting, not by thinking about acting, and not by wishing that he had done something that he hadn't. He said a man of knowledge understands that what we're doing in life really doesn't matter. But he acts as if it does, so that when his acts are over, he retreats in peace. And whether they worked or didn't, whether it was good or bad, was right or wrong, is in no part, any part of his concern. It's like understanding that if you're going to get things done in life, you've got to be able to transcend all of the reasons why it can't be done. And think like poets, like mystics, like seers. They feel a sense of mission about their life. They feel on target with, they're not always saying, well, what is my mission and where am I going to go and what's it going to be like? And so they don't do that.
Okay. Again, the question, what are the specifics? And I am determined that I'm going to lay these on you because I've been thinking about them a lot in my life, helping people to manage their own emotions, teaching people to not be victims, and to the point of getting where there are no limits to your thinking, possibility thinking, whatever you want to call it. And we've looked at people in the world who seem to be operating at this level over and over and over again. And what are they like? What are these qualities of these human beings? Basically, and you can look at yourself as I go through some of these, basically, at the top, I think probably the thing that stands out, and I'm not just talking about philosophers and professional people and people who have achieved a great deal of success. It has very little to do with that. It has to do with people who seem to go through their lives neurosis-free. They see life as a miracle, something to enjoy, rather than something to carp about and to find fault with. That no matter what the problems that come along in their lives, these people somehow seem to be problem solvers. They seem to be able to get out of the way of all of the stuff that boggles down so many of us. They just almost bypass it. They let it go past them. I would like to introduce to all of you a very, very, very special person. Let me just tell you a little bit about this lady. She had made a decision that she was going to start her own career in an executive position as an insurance executive down in Florida, and took off with her family and made the decision based on something that she really had believed in, and had been one of those people that I'm trying to describe to you now. One of those people who knew how to manage her own emotions, who knew how to be in charge of herself, maybe just a little bit at a higher level than most of the people around her. No courses, no yoga, no conversations with the guru, none of those things. Just somebody who took things as they came along and handled them. This is the kind of lady that I'm talking about. Someone who was looking for solutions with 3 small children of her own. May 23rd, 1980 rolls around. Sharon is on her way home, driving in Florida, 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. And somebody's following her. She's kind of aware of it, but is used to the fact that in South Florida, men are on the make, kind of, and pays no attention, doesn't look over and want to attract any attention. They're driving down a road, about 45, 50 miles an hour, and a man pulls up alongside of her, takes out a gun, and shoots her. The bullet goes in her left eye, severs her optic nerve, blinds her instantly, and exits out her right eye. She has no sight, then, now, and everyone else says never, but she doesn't believe that. So she's blinded, and she pulls the car over at 50 miles an hour onto the side of the road and stops, begins to lay on the horn, begins to think about instantly. She knew she was shot, and she knew she was blinded and bleeding profusely. A man pulls up, puts his hand inside the window and says, "Who could have done such a thing? Let me help you and take you to a hospital." Well, it was the man who had shot her. And instead of taking her to a hospital, he took her to an apartment where he proceeded to participate in a night of terror too vile to describe. Raping, stabbing, left for dead. 8 hours of terror. She managed, after he assumed, I think, we all think, that he assumed that she was dead, as she learned through the night how to handle him. When it came time to be firm, she knew how to do that, just to survive. Because survival was what was at the core. She had 3 children and herself to live for, and wasn't going to allow herself to die. And used that capacity that I'm trying to cultivate in everyone, and why I brought Sharon up from Florida to be on the show. She went into the hospital. She was in intensive care for almost 3 days. Hours and hours and hours of surgery. They gave her new plastic eyes. And 5 days, 6 days, 7 days later, she was home, taking her children and dressing them, without any therapy, without any depression, without any lingering hate, without the things that most people who are victims of violent crime say to themselves, that it has to be this terrible thing. And she's now on a campaign to try to end some violent crime across the country and to teach women how to use what she so magnificently displays. When you look up the word saint in my dictionary, you'll see a picture of Sharon Marie Kamlos. Those kinds of qualities that I'm talking about not only help us to daily run our lives in an effective way, but they set us up as survivors. When the research was done on the survivors at Auschwitz, at Buchenwald, at all of the horrible death camps all over Europe during World War II, and they looked at the survivors, there were certain qualities that these people possessed that so few people have. The ability to not judge the world, but to accept it for the way it is. The ability to say, these are the conditions of my life now. There are people who seem to be cursed with an awful lot of bad luck, what we call bad luck, whose relationships don't work, who have financial problems, who perhaps are restricted in wheelchairs or physically in some way incapacitated. And tragedy seems to be on every doorstep of their life. And yet it's amazing that when you meet people who have had these kinds of conditions, how some people who've gone through those horrible conditions will curse it and be angry with it, and so their life, where they do all of their living, which is again is in the mind, is filled with despair. And there are others, I mean, you just have to watch the Jerry Lewis telethon to see young people who've been racked with muscular dystrophy come up on stage and be the most positive and joyful and beautiful people. And you wonder, how can somebody who is trapped in such a prison of a body that doesn't work in any level have such a magnificent attitude in their life, when you would think that they would have every reason in the world to be negative. It always depends upon what that inner soul is like. If you're going through tragedy after tragedy and difficulty after difficulty, and those things continue to multiply, you might just start asking yourself, am I playing any role in this? No blame, no, it has nothing to do with that. It's like, what's in this for me? And why am I going through this life this way? And you begin to see that as you change inwardly and begin to realize that you're part of the perfection of it all, and that God is with you regardless of what the physical world for you is like, and that this isn't your humanity, that you're not a human being having a spiritual experience. You're a spiritual being having a human experience, and that human experience that you're having right now is a part of what you're here for, what you sort of signed up for. And if you can get past the poor me, this shouldn't be happening, isn't this awful mentality of all of that, you can transcend it. And if you can't, it's really like which comes first. It's a chicken and the egg kind of question that we're discussing here. Is the negativity in my life the result of my thinking, or is my thinking creating this negativity in my life? You have to always ask yourself over and over again. It's like no matter how terrible the circumstances of your life, is being upset, miserable, full of despair, anger, hatred, and all of that kind of negativity, is that going to do anything to correct that? Like the analogy of the snake bite. Like when the snake bites you, that's happened. All right, that's already happened. It's just like the bankruptcy. It's happened, or it's the pregnancy. It's happened. All right, whatever it is, but that isn't what kills you. What kills you from a snake bite is not the bite; it's the venom that continues to pour through your system. And if you can rid yourself of the venom, that is how you choose to process it, that maybe, just maybe, you can see that the negative attitude or the way that you're processing it is continuing to create more of that for you, rather than it's the result of bad luck or bad circumstances that have happened in your life, that you play a role in creating it all. And even the person who seems to be in the worst of circumstances, who doesn't have the attitude of this shouldn't be happening to me, but instead is saying it is and what's in it for me, you'll find that that person will not be living inwardly in that divine inner universe that is who you are, in agony and despair. That isn't what their life is about. Externally, it may look that way. Externally, there may not be enough food on the table. Externally, they may be being beaten up by somebody. And externally, they may be in bankruptcy and all of that. But inwardly, where you do all of your living, that isn't how they process it. It's like that's the kingdom of heaven. It's within. You've got to look at almost the duality of what it means to be human to understand this. These emotions are funny things. People sort of categorize themselves as a certain kind of person. I'm an angry person. I'm a shy person. I'm quiet. I'm aggressive. I'm athletic. And then they put these labels on themselves, and then they come to believe the labels. And the labels become more important than the truth, because the labels are just words that are attached to something. Your emotions, your feelings, flow from your thoughts. Your thoughts create everything. The ancestor to all action, all emotions, is a thought. It's funny, since I wrote Erroneous Zones many years ago, I've had more people come up to me and tell me what that book did for them. And it happens all the time. It happened today. And almost always what they tell me is that I never realized before I read that book that I could control how I felt. And it was almost like they say, you gave me permission to feel anything that I wanted to. And it's such a fundamental thing for the awakening soul, or for the person who's discovering that magnificent universe within, that all of those emotions that you experience, the rage and the hate and the anger and the bitterness and the tension and the stress and all that emotional baggage that we carry around with us, comes from our thoughts. It's like when you're in a dream and you're sound asleep and you're having a dream, and everything is in thought when you're in your dream. Perhaps you're having an angry exchange with someone in your dream, and you're hitting them, and you're biting them, and you're punching them, and you're screaming, and you're scratching at them and everything. And you wake up and you look back on the dream and you realize that it was all thought. I mean, everything was thought. The character that you're fighting with is a thought, and the scratching and the hitting, that's all thought. I mean, it's just all going on in your mind. And you look at yourself and you realize that you're breathing hard. Your blood pressure is up. and that your jaws may be clenched, and your fists may be clenched, and there's a tightness about you, and that all came from thought. And it's like an illusion. I mean, the real cause of it wasn't the person, because the person was a thought. The real cause of all of this stuff that you're experiencing in your body right now as you're awake, looking back on this dream, was just thoughts. Created it all. That your thoughts can make your blood pressure go up. Your thoughts can make your skin flush. It can give you an ulcer. It can make you cry. It can make you rage. And it can make you a killer, your thoughts. That's within each one of us, those thoughts. So that when you discover that, and that's one of the beauties of knowing why you dream. I mean, everything that you do in that state, you're capable of doing in the awakened state, if you will. And so you look at the awakened state, and you look at the things that make you angry, and you realize that they're just thoughts. That he doesn't really make you angry. He can't. That you make yourself angry over your way of processing who he is or who she is. And that your sadness and your stress are really thoughts, that there's no stress out there, that there's only stressful thinking and then acting on the stressful thoughts. So you begin to see that it's like that all of my problems, all of my difficulties, all of my emotional charging and stuff that I don't really want to defend, all comes from my thoughts, my thinking, my mind, which is where your divineness resides. And so what you do is you go to work on that. You don't go to work on your emotions. You go to work on what creates those emotions, and especially the ones that don't work for you. This is not to say that you want to become an emotional eunuch, or that you want to be emotionally drained and an emotionless person. Not at all. You just don't want to argue for your limitations, because that's all you'll get are your limitations when you make that argument. You now begin to argue for, my emotions will be the result of the kind of thinking that I want to have. And therefore my emotions will be loving and good and decent. Even if I have angry emotions, I will use them for my own empowerment rather than to disempower me. To change the way that you process anything in your life is really so simple, and we try to make it so complicated. Now, its simplicity is what makes it so complex or so difficult for people. Its simplicity is when you say, how do you change one thought to another? The answer is, you just do it. Nobody knows how you go from a negative thought of something that is very unpleasant in your mind to something very beautiful and very powerful in your mind. You know, to go from an image of a suffering animal to a bouquet of roses. The way that you do that is you just do it. You just picture the roses now instead of the animal. Now, what we want to do is try to come up with what are all the synapses that are created in there and what is all of the chemistry involved in there. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not a chemist. I do know that if I want to change a thought, that I just have to do it. And it's just like I tell people, if you want to quit smoking, I mean, the way you do it is you stop putting cigarettes in your mouth. If you want to quit habit of nail biting, then you keep your fingers out of your mouth. If you want to change the habit of processing the world in a negative way, then you change the negative thoughts. You change the way you process. And how you do it is that you simply do it. How you sustain it is through being aware of what kind of thoughts are creating that in the first place. If it's so easy, why don't people do it? The answer to that is because the payoffs for not doing it are greater than the payoffs are for doing it. If you are able to manipulate and control somebody through your anger, and you're not able to manipulate and control them through your gentleness, and manipulating and controlling people is on your agenda, then that's what you're going to do. Now, if you get that off of your agenda, or if you realize that that agenda is keeping me from relating to the people the way I would like to, and it's going to end up in another divorce or in another painful experience for me, and if you can recognize that, and sometimes you have to go through several of those before you get it, then you stop. There's a payoff for all of that. So yes, it's easier to be Christ-like. It really and truly is. It's easier to be Buddha-like. But the payoffs for that in a world where people are still trying to manipulate and control others and acquire for themselves and get on outcome isn't nearly as great. A dear friend of mine was speaking with me just a few weeks ago down in Mexico at a convention, and he told this story, which I didn't even know. He went to the doctor and he found out that he had cancer, and a kind of severe kind of cancer for a man his age. And his doctor came out after examining him, and he told him, he said, "Bill, you have 15 seconds to make up your mind whether this cancer is going to defeat you or whether you're going to defeat it. You have 15 seconds. That if in your mind you believe something like it's impossible, I can't do it, it's not fair, if you get yourself all worked up, if you get yourself all upset about it and tell yourself that this shouldn't have happened and why me and how could anybody, then you are going to be one more victim. But if you somehow can get inside of your head the idea that you have a chance to do something about this, and this may be one of the biggest tests of your life, then you're going to have a chance to lick it, to do something about it. And when I think about something as big as cancer, and believe in my heart that somewhere within us we have this tremendous capacity to even do something about that with the proper kind of attitude, and we can handle things like that, then I often wonder, how is it possible for us to allow ourselves to be depressed by the things that get most people down, the daily kind of living things, the things that we find ourselves immobilized and depressed about all the time? Within our brain, there is a computer that is so vast and so capable, so immense in its scope, in its decision-making abilities, that just your brain, what you carry between your ears every day, it is composed of trillions, numbers too big to even comprehend, trillions of cells. It is capable of making billions and billions of decisions, of storing facts and memories in a memory bank that can last forever. It is capable of remembering and learning how to calculate and learning foreign languages and learning how to do just about anything we want it to do. In fact, the estimates are that if we were going to try to reproduce one human brain and all that it is capable of doing in a computer, that it would take a piece of land the size of the state of Texas in order to reproduce just one human brain's thinking capacity. Imagine that. Have you ever driven across the state of Texas? You get there Monday morning, go 70 miles an hour, you're still there on Thursday going across Texas. That's a big, big piece of land. Imagine what this brain is capable of. And no matter how much I was trained in how limited we are, in what we can and can't do, no matter how much training I received in that area, I always secretly have believed and convinced myself that we have capacities to do anything. I've always believed that about ourselves. I mean, I think we have capacities within us to heal scars that we think are there forever. I know we can because I practiced it myself. Things like changing our heart rate. 4 years ago, my normal heart rate was 74 beats per minute, and it's now 46 standing. I've been able, through using my mind and all of the capacities that I have, to reduce the number of times my heart beats per minute by almost 30 beats a minute. Now, that may seem like an insignificant thing to you, but when you think about the statistic that 1 man out of 5 in our culture has a heart attack before the age of 60, 1 out of every 5.
largely because of the way that they use their brain in taking care of their heart and taking care of their body. I believed that pain, I used to test myself in the dentist's office, which is a good place to test yourself. I'm not talking easy tests here now, okay? I'm talking testing yourself in the dentist's office. And I used to tell people, go into the dentist's office and sit down and make the drill be something that triggers the most wonderful sexual experience of your life. But only when the drill is on. All right, as soon as it goes off, the image goes out. I mean, I would go into the dentist and he would drill, and he'd say, okay, I'm done now. I said, could you drill another 15 or 20 seconds for me, please? I mean, I was just about ready, and then you stop. Really? You can train your mind to do that. It's up to you. Or you can go to the dentist with these kinds of expectations. Oh my God, this is really going to hurt. This is going to be awful. I hate going to the dentist. I hate having that drill go on. It scares me. And use your mind. It's a wonderful way to use your state of Texas.
I read an interesting article this summer on the astronauts and their spiritual experiences of having gone into the universe, outside of the Earth plane, and looking back. And one of the astronauts was quoted as saying that when he looked back at the Earth, this blue planet, like what our sky is what you see from out there. And you look then in one direction, you see Earth and this tiny little dot, this blue dot, and then you look out the other way and you see an infinite number of worlds, and you look all around you and you're surrounded by this infinity of this universe. He said, I realized that there's an intelligence to this system, that it is an intelligent system that is all absolutely, and he's like, it happened for him in a moment, this instantaneous kind of realization that there's an intelligence to all of this, that the intelligence that is a part of the universe, or that allows the universe to work. Again, the label isn't important. He said it made him realize that it's all working absolutely perfectly, and that it's all on purpose, and that all of it has a purpose. Well, I have discovered that most people really don't believe they have a purpose, or they spend a big hunk of their life trying to discover their purpose, or they will find so many events transpiring in their life that seem to be inconsistent with any kind of grander purpose, that it's impossible for them to accept that this is anything but just one grand accident. I know it's not an accident. And once you discover your purpose, and the way that you discover that, that's that secret source. So that's the secret force, if you will, that is within you at all times, this invisible, silent, empty space that is a part of every one of us. That is what allows us to be. My own development is probably just as appropriate to talk about here as anything on these tapes, because I often think to myself that if I can do it coming from where I came from, that anybody can. I come from impoverished beginnings, a child who never had an allowance in his life, didn't even know what it was. When other kids would talk about my allowance, I didn't know anything about that, because there just wasn't anybody there to give me an allowance. The people that were there didn't have it to give away anyway. So it was very, very early in my own development that I learned the secrets of being my own person and my own strengths. That internal kind of knowingness isn't something I believe that I learned somewhere along the line through some magical, instantaneous kind of revelation. It was something that I believe I showed up with here. And that I think that every single person has that capacity for, but they don't seem to choose it. And it's like knowing that you have that inner strength, and knowing that nobody else can make you unhappy, and knowing that no circumstance out there is too big for you to handle, and knowing that when you go off to sleep at night, no matter what has happened all day long, that you still only have yourself to live with, And that very private inner world wherein you talk to yourself, and we call this self-talk or whatever you want to call it. All of us do this all the time. We have these conversations with ourselves, which is really two people. We are having a conversation with ourselves. And we do this all the time. And what the quality of those conversations are, how you process the daily events of your life and all of the things that are happening to you, is really the secret source of enormous strength. And then, as you get a little older, you begin to put a label on that. You begin to identify that in some way as something that is more than just an intuitive way of processing the world in a positive direction. It's more than that. You begin to realize that you're not alone. And a lot of people believe that they are alone in the world, and that this inner world of thought, and this inner world of power and of inner conviction, or whatever you want to call it, is something that you can rely on, but it's not just something that you're alone with. And as I got older and more experienced in it, I began to see that I believe I have someone with me, or guides with me, or some kind of help available to me at all times. And it's just really a question of whether you decide to believe it or don't believe it. It isn't anything we can put to a double-blind study and have a scientist come up and say, no, this doesn't exist or that doesn't exist. It's just a knowing. And when you have that guide, and almost all of the great spiritual masters and the great religions and so on, when you begin to study them, as I have done in more recent years in my life, and written books about them and produced tapes about them, you begin to discover that the greatest thinkers, the great contributors, all have this sort of inner knowing that they're not alone, that help is available to you. Help in the form of whatever you want to call it isn't even relevant. If you want to call it God, or you want to call it Buddha, or you want to call it Christ, or you want to call it spirituality or consciousness or whatever, it isn't the label that's important. It's the experience of it. And it's the knowing that it's there, and knowing that you can go there at any time. An hour ago, from right this minute that I'm talking right now, I was on an airplane flying into Chicago. And I knew I was going to spend part of the day today talking about some of these kinds of things. And anybody out there listening can relate to this. If you're in your car, you're on your way perhaps to a conference, or you're on your way to a meeting with a sales director, or you've got an inventory meeting that you've got to discuss, or you've got some kind of conflict, you've got to see a patient that maybe you're not sure, whatever it may be, there's something on the horizon for you that you have to do. And there are ways to approach that, just like there was for me on this plane. So 40 minutes before landing at O'Hare, I just decided that I would go within. I would go inside and have this guide, or this force, or this knowingness, this inner spirituality. And you begin to really rely on this, you see. You begin to know that it's there and it never fails you. I went into what most people walking up and down the aisles would have thought of was a meditation. But actually I was just visualizing and picturing and working out exactly what I was going to be doing here today. Not every word and every detail and without an outline or anything like that. But I was seeing it working out and seeing myself being able to be fluent and seeing myself talking, picturing the outcome that I wanted for today. Picturing it, literally living it out in my mind or in thought before it actually is played out in form or in the physical world. All right? That is the greatest source of comfort to me for anything that I do. Anything that I do in my life. It is the greatest source to know that I can go there and have a conversation with God, or with whatever you want to call it, because I'm not trying to push any particular religious point of view on anyone. This is not what it's about for me. But you need some kind of name for this like constant companion that is there with you at all times. Once you get that, you have what some people call faith. But it goes way beyond just faith, because faith just requires you to just believe it because somebody else says it, or because somebody else dictates to it, or because it's a part of some prescribed theology, or it's a part of some prescription that has been laid upon you as a part of your birth. Maybe you were born into a Muslim family, or you were born into a Buddhist family, or into a Sri Lankan family or whatever, and you were expected to sort of follow through, and you just develop faith based upon what the accident of your birth is. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. It's way beyond that kind of faith. It's the faith of knowing. It's the faith of having an understanding that the universe is perfect and that everything in it is happening for a reason and that there are no accidents in it. And that as you go into this magical place, you begin to discover this universe within yourself that is all-encompassing and that allows you to create in your mind exactly the outcome that you want. And then you work from that outcome. And even as I'm sitting here right now talking in the studio, I can see myself back on the airplane an hour ago. And I can see myself now living out what it was that I was doing back then. And so there's this enormous knowingness of faith, which is much more than just faith based upon something that's imposed upon you. It's having gone within, discovered that you have a guide with you at all times, discovering that within your mind, when you want to use it in a positive and picturesque way, that is picturesque in the sense of being able to picture what it is that you want for yourself. Once you go in there and discover this, then you start to apply it. And you start to apply it all over the place, in virtually all areas of your life. For the big meeting that you may be having, or for the sales conference, or for whatever it is that may be on the horizon for you, it becomes second nature after a while to play it all out in thought and to ask for guidance. Not for special favors, not so that my team can win and your team will lose. Nothing like that. Like even asking the question, what am I here for? Do I have a purpose? And in what sense is what I am doing or about to embark upon commensurate with that purpose? A lot of people want to test it. Testing is very important in our culture. And so we want proof. We want evidence. And we almost demand evidence in order for us to believe in it. It almost always ends up being a very frustrating experience for people when they demand something. There's two concepts here that are very important. One is the question of willing something to happen. All right? So what they think of when they think of having faith is that, all right, on August the 13th, if there really is a God, or if this really works, then I will get the phone call that will give me the biggest break of my life on August the 13th, and that's the way it's going to be. Or maybe even in just some small way, like on September 15th, I will get rid of this wart that's on my nose, or something. So it's like willing things to happen in the universe. That will lead you to frustration and disbelief and an absence of faith, and the awakened life, or looking at life from the enlightened perspective that I'm talking about and discovering this inner universe, will always be like just outside of your grasp if you're testing God or testing the universe in some way. So that's like willing things to happen. Just through the power of my will, I can make it happen. The second principle here is what I call being willing. In this case, it's different than willing something to be. This is called being willing for it to be. And that is a whole new way of testing the universe. It isn't making a demand. It isn't, if I can get this bird to land over here on this branch, and that's going to be the signal that I'm looking for. It isn't anything like that, because the universe doesn't work that way. And it is like, I am now going to be willing to allow what it is that I want to happen to happen. I'm going to be willing. I'm not going to demand anything. I'm not going to ask anything special for it to happen. I'm just going to be willing. Now, I'll give you a really bizarre example of this. I was meditating on Maui this past summer, and I always went to this one particular spot under this particular tree branch. And I would lay under this branch, and I was trying to get a signal that I could do this. and even a signal that I'm on target here, that there's really something to it, because I would still have this like little elements of doubt that would creep in there. Maybe this isn't the right thing for me or whatever. And I would look at this flowers that were on the branch, and I could create such an energy in this meditation. I could open my eyes, literally meditate with my eyes open, and look at these flowers about 4 feet above my head that were growing on this particular tree that grows abundantly in Hawaii. So while I would lay on the ground with my eyes open in this meditative state where my arms would be real light and I would feel just peaceful and very harmonious and very loving and all those wonderful feelings that you feel when you're almost like in the presence of God, I was trying to see if I could use the power of just my mind and the energy to make one of those flowers. I mean, it's just a silly little thing I was doing in my mind, to make one of these flowers dislodge and come down, all right? And I did it day after day, and I said, now, if there's anything to this, all right, let's make this happen. Never happened. And then I let go of that. I just let go of it altogether. I stopped making a demand on it, because I was meditating every single morning for an hour to 2 hours during the whole summer for 8 solid weeks. And then again at night. It was just a wonderful, wonderful time for me. I got out there about 3 days later, and I was just meditating. I was looking at this magnificent flower, and I had this enormous, wonderful, powerful sense of being in the presence of something. It was that exquisite feeling of like shivers going up and down your spine, and that real beautiful, beautiful feeling. And all of a sudden, the flower dislodged from the tree and landed right in my open hand. Right in my open hand. It absolutely happened. I'm not making it up for a fact or anything. And I kept hearing the difference between willing something and being willing. If you're attempting to will something and demand something and prove something, I find that that very demand is a judgment, and it's a doubt. And that doubt itself interferes with the natural and perfect way the universe is unfolding, and you in it. Whereas if you stop the demand, that is, stop the doubt, and just allow yourself to be in this, there is no question in my mind that that flower had something to do with the enormous energy that was there in that moment. It was so powerful. And as a matter of fact, over the course of the next 3 or 4 weeks, it happened on 3 or 4 other occasions. On a couple of occasions, there would be peacocks which would walk through the grounds in this particular place where I was meditating. I can remember trying to get them to come to me. Like, oh yeah, let me see if I can make this peacock walk over to me. It just ignored me, like it was maybe 30 feet away. And then when I stopped that, stopped demanding anything, stopped trying to prove anything, and I just really, you must emit some kind of a different energy or a different feeling or whatever, because when I did that, almost every morning after doing that, the peacocks would come over and literally stand right next to me where I could touch them. And they usually will stay further. In fact, I had grass in my hand one time and came over and literally ate the grass right out of my hand. And it would happen morning after morning when I was willing. Okay? So how does this apply to those of you who want to test whether or not this is present in the universe? I'm saying to you, instead of willing it to happen in your mind, be willing to allow it to happen. Picture whatever it is that you want to picture for yourself, and don't make any demands on it. And understand, if you understand the new physics, the quantum physics, that in quantum physics, Fritjof Capra and Gary Zukav, both of them talk about this in their books, The Tao of Physics and The Dancing Wooly Masters and The Seed of the Soul, that when you observe an object in the universe, whatever it is, even a stone, that the actual observation of the object itself has an impact on it. Just the observation of it. Your presence in and around any object in the universe, at the tiniest, most subatomic level that you can get at, they're discovering that just your presence of observing something has an effect on it. So if you are observing something with a demand, and you can come up from the quantum level through the subatomic, subatomic to subatomic to atomic to the physical world that you experience, understand that your demand or your observation of or your judgment of or your insistence upon is enough to keep it from happening and allowing it to unfold in its natural perfection. Whereas your willingness, that's the difference between faith and a demand. Faith is like, I go with it. I know. And then I start seeing miracles around me all the time. Whereas the doubting Thomas, or the person who's trying to test it all the time, will find that their very testing of this kind of phenomenon will in itself emit enough doubtful energy to keep it from working for you in your life. Because even if you could get the flower to fall by willing it, I know that I would say, all right, you got to do it again. One flower, it could have been an accident. Let me see 2 flowers land. Let me see 3. You will always be testing. Whereas the faith that I am talking about is like you're being at one with this enormous harmony that is in the universe. You become very, very harmonious yourself, and you allow it all. You get the picture in your mind, and then you allow it to unfold. You don't interfere with its natural ability to unfold. Your doubt, your anger, your anything that is negative interferes with the natural unfolding of the universe. That's how I test. All right? That's how I learned, I guess, to stop testing. The morning before I was to give a talk, every year when I go to Maui, I give a talk at the Unity Church there on Maui as sort of my gift back to the island, because it's such a spiritual, beautiful place for me and for my family and my wife and children and all. We have such an exquisite time there. So I give something back, and it's like a free talk at the church. Anybody on the island that wants to come, and they advertise, and I do it every year. And the morning before I was ready, I go out and meditate about 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was meditating, and I had the most exquisite experience there. Almost like the answers came to me in not the form of a voice necessarily. It was like a very, very strong intuition that you can be willing to allow any miracle to happen for yourself that you want to. And as I did and looked up, 2 of those flowers fell down that morning and landed, one in my hand and one just a little ways away, and I went up, and it was like there was no wind at all. It was a still morning, about 6 o'clock in the morning now, and I looked up, and where those 2 flowers had come off of the tree, it was like they were waving back and forth. They were moving very, very fast, even though there was no wind, almost as if something had come up and touched them both in the same place. And I went off to the church. I mean, I was so deliriously, completely knowing that I was on the right track and that I was in the presence of something very magnificent. I've never doubted it since. I can't speak for everybody having this, but I can't imagine that God plays favorites. I can't imagine that. That one of the great things that we know of that Aldous Huxley wrote about in the Perennial Philosophy is that this invisible world that we call this divine intelligence that we have many, many names for, many labels for, is a part of every single human personality. Einstein said it, Thoreau said it, Christ said it. It's in the Quran, it's in the great Muslim teachings, it's in all the Hindu teachings, it's in all the spiritual masters, that it's a part of every single human personality. We all have it, and it's just developing the serenity within, becoming at harmony with the world rather than demanding things of it, and allowing these miracles that your mind is capable of creating to unfold without any demand from you that they come the way you want them to. You'll find yourself meditating more all the time, not having to go into some deep meditative kind of experience where you have to be alone, and you have to have no noise, and you have to have all distractions removed, and you have to have music playing or anything like that, you'll find yourself in 3 or 4 seconds being able to go into, wherever you are, being able to go into a peaceful meditative state and have God right there with you. You'll find yourself able to do that once you believe that God is there for you. Once you know that your guide and your multi-sensoriness that is beyond just your 5 senses, that there's a world beyond that. Once you believe that and know that, you'll be able to go there. And you will consult it often. And I would recommend that you do. Do it in the middle of a meeting. Excuse yourself and just go to the bathroom. And just go find a place that you can sit down for a few minutes and watch your breathing and close your eyes. Regroup yourself and get yourself very, very peaceful. Sometimes people will call me on the telephone right in the middle of when I'm doing this at my office. I'll just stop in the middle of whatever it is that I'm doing, and they'll call and say, "Wow, what were you doing? Were you sleeping?" I'll say, "No, I wasn't sleeping. I was just meditating." And I'll be very, very, there's no stress in your voice at all. You can go there at any time. There are many beautiful things that you can read. The libraries are filled with wonderful books, and more of them are coming out all the time. And you'll find yourself doing that more and more. You'll find yourself excited about going to some of the material that you'll find for yourself in your life. I mean, reading the Bhagavad Gita was like that for me. Writing, you'll see it when you believe it, was like that for me. And even now, I still go back and read it all the time. And many, many other fine things, of course, written by many great scholars. Tapes are another phenomenal thing that you can listen to at any time. Very often when I run, I put a tape in and I just let Earl's voice, my dear friend Earl, who passed on not too long ago, who I'm with very often in my meditations, and can see him right there, and even guides me and talks to me. It's magnificent, because you know that you can't kill thought, you can only kill form. And Earl Nightingale is there with me very often. It's like learning to be quietly in a room alone, learning to allow yourself the serenity of doing that. You can also, with the people that you love, just have quiet time together. Instead of having a television on, you can just hold each other for, even if it's only for 5 minutes time. Just put your arms around the person that you love and just hold them and tell them that you love them and that you're glad that they're in your life. That's a powerful little thing to do. With your children, you can just hold their hand for a few minutes and squeeze them real hard and tell them how great they are, or go for a little walk with them, or go look at a flower with them. On the job, you can develop a real sense of serenity by doing something really unexpected in the direction of being gentle and kind. If you're a macho guy who's never done it before, bring in some flowers for someone that you really care about, or send them a little note, or leave them a donut in the morning and just say, just to let you know I appreciate you. Those are the kinds of little tiny things. They may not sound like much, but all of those kinds of actions which are in the direction of giving rather than receiving are indications of your spiritual advancement, and you're coming in contact with that beautiful, endless universe within you, the universe of love and harmony. A lot of people are looking for the how-tos. How can I become a more spiritual person? Or how can I find my purpose? And they start with the way that they learn anything. Problem-solving logic. A plus B plus C plus D equals whatever it is, and you just go through the steps. It's not like that. When you consider that everything that you have done in your life has led you up until this moment that you have right now, and all of the things that you have assessed to be negative, all of the addictions perhaps that you've had, all of the problems you've had in your marriages, all the problems you've had with your children, all of the weight problems perhaps that you've had, all of the difficulties that have come your way, the financial concerns and the bankruptcies and all of the stuff that if you were to reach into your bag, you could pull out this whole bag full of negative stuff. You get to a point that the Buddhists call satori, S-A-T-O-R-I, satori. It means instant enlightenment. Instant enlightenment. And the Buddhists believe, by and large, that enlightenment is something that happens in instants. It happens in moments. It's like I've talked about at some of my other tapes about going through the gate. It's like on one side of the gate is the path that is strewn with thorns, all right? And there's all of the stuff that I have just described. And then there's this gate ahead of you. And then on the other side of the gate is this garden. And there's this flowers, and it's just magnificent, and there's happiness, and there's bliss, and there's fulfillment, and there's all of this wonderful stuff on the other side. But you can't get through the gate. And then comes the moment in your life when you go through the gate. You just go through. The thorns that were there don't matter anymore. The obstacles are no longer obstacles. It's just and it's like, boom, instantaneously, you are now on a different path altogether. I can tell you that for those of you who are struggling and trying to find a formula and trying to get it all into A, B, C, D, E, F, it isn't that way. First of all of the thorns and all of the obstacles that have been created in your life are there for a reason, even though that's a hard thing for us to accept. There's something to be learned from each one of those. And so instead of saying, how can I avoid these in the future, you reprocess your life in a different way and say, I created this for what reason? And I'm going through this because, and you fill in the blanks, or the lesson in this for me is, all right, instead of why is this happening to me and isn't this awful and so on. And then satori happens. And I mean, that was very revealing for me to read about this instant enlightenment, because every major change that I've made in my life, I mean, they don't seem like big changes, but the changes that I've made happened in instants. I mean, just in seconds. I used to be addicted to diet soda, which I've talked about on some of my other tapes. When I stopped it for the last time, which was about 2.5 years ago, we were driving up the coast of Florida with my family, my wife and 6 or 7 children, whatever we had at that time, and we were going to spend a weekend just away for, it was in April. And I stopped to get my fix, which was a couple of 6-packs of diet soda, okay? And I was putting them in the refrigerator when we got to the condo that we were renting for the long weekend. My wife said to me, in her most endearing and loving and kind, accepting way, when are you going to stop drinking that crap? Or something to that effect. And I said, what crap? She said, that brown water that you put into your body, by the gallon every day, that has no value at all to the human being whatsoever. It has absolutely no nutritional value of any kind. When are you going to stop with that? I said, I don't drink that. She said, what do you mean you don't drink it? I said, I don't drink that. I just got that for the kids in case they get thirsty over the weekend. Oh, you don't drink it? I said, no, I don't drink it anymore. And I never had another one. Never. And I've never looked back, and I've never thought, oh, this is agonizing, and isn't this difficult, or I'm going through withdrawals or whatever. I walked away from it. I walked away from something in that instant, and it was like an awakening. And then I went within and had that absolute faith that I will never go back to that again. It's just a part of me that is no longer there. Now, in the physical world of changes that I have made, I can remember when I first decided that I was going to start running and exercising and get myself in shape instead of being overweight and out of shape like I had been, in an instant. And it was a doctor at a hospital where I wasn't a patient. I was working there. I was training the staff in group therapy at North Shore Hospital on Long Island. And this doctor said one thing to me. He said, if you continue on the path that you're on, you're going to be a candidate for a heart attack in 5 years. He wasn't trying to be helpful to me. He wasn't anything. He just was making a statement. And that evening, I went out and I ran for the first time as an adult. And it's now almost 15 years later, and I haven't missed a day of running in 15 years. It was just like an instant kind of thing, and then it was like carrying through on that. And I mean, that really flies in the face of a lot of the stuff that we hear all the time about you have to have a goal, and you have to have a plan, and you have to get it all figured out, and you have to work step by step by step. I really think that enlightenment, or discovering this inner source of strength, is something that just happens in an instant whenever you're ready. So whoever you are, I mean, if you're smoking, if you're drinking excessively, if you've got addictive habits in your eating habits and so on, if you are behaving in ways with your children or with your wife or coworkers or whatever, and you think that it's just hopeless and that you can't change and that it's just too difficult to process and so on, I'm really saying to you that in an instant you can decide to radically alter your life. And it isn't like even a decision-making process. You're now ready. The same Buddhists say that when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And whatever it is that you will need to be able to accomplish what it is that you're here for, what your purpose is, what you're about, is going to be instantaneously and readily and easily available to you the minute that you allow yourself to go through that gate. It's just there for you, and it's so easy. Now, the same thing is true of this business about going within and visualizing and picturing what it is that you want for yourself and so on. I mean, 15 years ago, I would have laughed at that idea of meditating on an airplane, before visualizing something on an airplane before I was going to do it or anything like that. I didn't have the readiness level then, and apparently I had an awful lot of lessons to learn before I got to the point where I am today, where I know that I'm not alone. And you only discover that when you're ready to discover it. And once you have the readiness, you'll see changes taking place. A lot of those changes I outlined in the tape series that we call Transformation. You'll see it when you believe it. What the steps are and what the signs are of your transformation in your life. And once you start seeing those, you'll start seeing yourself behaving and doing things in a different way than you did before, and reacting and processing and all of that in a different way. Then it's like you walk through and you start seeing these sensational changes take place, and it's almost as if you're outside of yourself watching them take place. And it's like your body becomes this actor, just this sort of vehicle. And in your mind, where you do all of your living, you're going through just unprecedented gates. Now, most people don't experience this or don't use this untapped, phenomenal universe that is within them because they're not at the gate yet. I mean, it isn't anything to be upset about. It isn't anything to be berating yourself for. It's almost like you have to become kinder and gentler with yourself where you are right now and accept even that. And as you do less of the judgmental stuff towards yourself, you can almost see down the road or see into the future. And as you look into the future, you can perhaps see yourself behaving in a way that is maybe without the cigarette, or maybe trim, or maybe at the head of your corporation, or maybe in a relationship in your marriage that is really working and where you really have great togetherness and harmony, and it's not a marriage as much as it is a spiritual partnership. You can literally see it down the road and then come out of that picture in your mind and realize that you're not there yet. You're still going to probably do some more smoking. You're still going to not get yourself into the shape you want to be. You're still probably going to yell at your wife or your husband and so on. But the awareness, see, it's like as you develop that awareness that I can be something grand and spectacular and magnificent in my life, the thought process, the inner world, is the first step. And because the ancestor to every action is a thought. As you're using your mind in new ways, you're creating a whole new universe within, and that whole new universe within is just the precursor to the universe of your physical world. And if you're not doing that, I recommend that you discover that inner secret and go within, and I can, perhaps give some specifics on how to do that. But don't discount the whole powerful notion of satori, of instant awakening. When I talk about instant awakening, or satori, I'm not talking about eliminating the powerful human will to change and choice making. It's not like you're out of control. When this instant awakening happens, it's like when I closed the refrigerator on that brown water, I totally made the choice. What I know now is that all of the brown water that I had to drink in order to get to that point was a great blessing, was something that I was going through in order to get to this next step. And the next step wasn't just necessary to make my body healthier, but it was to prove that I can walk away from anything that isn't working or that isn't positive for myself. In any instant, all I have to do is have the readiness. The readiness is within me. For those who have real logical sort of left brain minds, the dilemma is always, if I'm acting out a script, and the script has already been written and there's an intelligence about this and that everything happens for a reason, then I must not have a free will, and therefore I'll just sort of sit back and sit in a cave and allow the world to transpire and allow my life to take place, and I'm really not in charge of it. You know, that's the great dilemma that that a lot of people face until they get to the point where they realize that both things are operating at the same time. And you have to live with that duality or that polarity of being in charge and not being in charge, of being doomed to make choices. You learn to live with that paradox. It's the reason for the smirk on the face of the Buddha. You know, it's when you get used to it and live with it, it becomes almost delicious and exciting to know that you are at the same moment acting out a much grander scheme, and at the very same moment you're making all the choices within it all at the same time. And you can fight with that one forever and not get any place with it. What I suggest is that you know that every step along the way that you're making, along the path, all the obstacles, all the things that you're going through at this moment, that what you do is you start to process them a little bit differently. And process them not in terms of why do I have to do this and why isn't my life working out or why are things so negative and so on, but process it a little differently in that, why am I choosing this? Why am I participating in this now? What do I have to get out of this? What is the lesson in it for me? And as you do that, you find yourself moving more and more towards the gate. And then when you come up to the gate, you just sort of slam it shut behind you and you never look back again. And that's when you know that you're not alone. That's when you know that for whatever help that you are looking for or whatever guidance you're seeking or whatever road you want to travel, that there's another world other than the world of the five senses. That the five sensory beings, if you will, are the ones who just only believe in what they see and believe that the senses are the limitations of their universe. And those are the same people who, before the invention of the microscope, would have laughed and scoffed at the existence of microscopic life. And these are the same people, these five sensory beings. Whatever they believe in is limited by the sophistication of our measuring devices. If you can't see microscopic life, then obviously it can't exist. But, oh, here's a microscope. Oh, now it's something I can believe in. And so their beliefs are constantly being altered by new levels of being able to measure things. All right? And then there's the multisensory beings, or the beings who believe in things that are invisible, like myself, who don't need to have a measuring device to know that it exists, because you can't measure your thoughts, and you can't measure spirit, and you can't measure consciousness, and you can't measure soul. These are just sort of abstractions. But we all know that we think and that we have thoughts. The multisensory person is someone who absolutely and completely knows that there's guidance and help there, whereas the five sensory being says, no, the limits of your help are just exactly what you can do with your hands and with your eyes and with your ears and so on. And I happen to be one of those multisensory beings who doesn't need a measuring device, even though I believe one will be forthcoming in years to come, to prove the existence of the soul or to prove the existence of divine intervention or divineness as a part of your humanity. I know it. It works for me. I go there all the time. Those people who don't ever experience that in their life are just not experiencing it because they choose to only restrict themselves to whatever they can experience with their five senses. Anything else just doesn't make any sense. And those people very often, and I was one of those people at one time in my life, I was one of those people who denied the existence of God or a spiritual sense to people. And now it's just so blatantly obvious to me. So all I can say to those people who don't get it and who don't go within and who don't discover it is that you may or may not ever get it. It may happen for you in an instant. The process of enlightenment is really, see, for most people, they think of it as getting more and more and more stuff. And so the more I get, the happier I'll be, and the more I have, and I'll work towards that. And so many people's lives are organized around this principle of getting stuff and collecting it, whether it's awards and trophies or positions in companies or whatever, or cars and refrigerators and bigger and nicer toys. That's the process of living in the Western world. The process of enlightenment is exactly the opposite. It's peeling things away. It's the process of letting go. There are very specific things that all of us can do if letting go is of value. It may not be. Again, you may not be, where you are on your own path might be such that you want to get more. And you want to treasure more, and you want to hang on to more, and you want to hoard it, and you want to insure it, and you want to look at it, and you want to put it in your vault, and so on. And that's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that, if that is working for you. But eventually, most souls get to a point where they realize that you come in with nothing, and you leave with nothing. You start to realize that the stuff doesn't give you fulfillment. It doesn't give you what you really, truly want in life. I mean, you can't caress your computer and your jewelry and even your trophies and even your position in life. You start asking yourself, how do I let go? You begin to see that you don't need nearly the stuff that you thought that you needed in order to be happy, to be fulfilled. And it gets easier and easier to do. But again, it's like, where are you on the path? If you're on the path where letting go and not being attached and not hanging on to so many things and not chasing after, but just living, just arriving, just being, just enjoying, just being fulfilled in each day of your life, what you do is you find yourself less interested. It's not anything you have to force yourself into. It's not like saying, all right, I got 6 cars, I got to get rid of one. Which one do I get rid of, and how am I going to do this? And or I got to let go of some of these silk suits, or It's nothing like that. It doesn't fit neatly into the category of a list of things that you can do to let go. It is a gradual kind of new way of being, new way of living, new way of experiencing life, in which those things that were so dramatically important to you at an earlier time in your life become less and less and less significant. And instead of still hanging on to them, you become the person who says, I just don't have to do that any longer. It's always been intriguing to me how so many people do things in their life that they don't want to do. They get up in the mornings and they commute and they say, I hate spending this much time in the car. And yet they do it. They do it in the morning and they do it at night, and they're cursing this long commute that they have every day. Or they get up in the morning and they put on a shirt and then they put on a tie, and they tie this thing tight around their neck and go into wherever it is that they go, whether it's into courtrooms to work or into business or wherever it is, with this tight, constricting thing called a tie around their neck. And if you ask like 99% of the men in this country, do you like wearing a tie? Virtually all of them say, no, and yet 99% of them do. And the person you're listening to now is someone who doesn't. And I found it very easy to stop. I mean, it was like that satori. It was that instant kind of thing. One day I just threw out all my ties. I wasn't motivated to do it. I didn't gradually do it. I didn't take the wide ones and then the narrow ones and then the color. I just walked away from them. I walked away from tie-ness in my life. It just didn't make any sense to me to think that you can get any work done when you're feeling constricted in any way. So I decided for myself that wasn't going to be my way of being. And I got myself out of the commuting business. But I had to go through it to realize that I didn't want it. And so I shed myself of that and gradually got to a point where I realized that each day of my life is my own work of art unfolding. It is my life unfolding, doing it exactly as I want to. You may be listening to this and thinking, yes, but I'm in a situation where those kinds of things are impossible. But they're not impossible in your mind, you see. They're not impossible in your soul. And just ask your guide that. Just believe that God is with you. And check that out. And then go in your mind and live your day out the way you want to live it out. Just in your mind first. Stay on the train. Put another tie on. Put a little tighter so that you realize that it's something that you maybe don't want to have. And play the game that you're playing. Continue to play the game in your physical world, but understand that the ancestor to every action is a thought. So start with pictures of how you want your life to go and how free you want it to be. Reread Walden. Reread Thoreau, Going to Walden, and why he went there. To suck the marrow out of life, to live deliberately, to be encumbered by nothing and no one. Experience that in your mind, just in your mind. Give yourself a half an hour a day to really go within and dress and act and behave and have your relationships and have your business and even your financial affairs exactly the way you want them, just in your mind first, all right? And so you start to picture that. Now that's the step. It's like, when anybody tells me they're quitting smoking but they're still smoking, but they're thinking about it, I say, great, you're on your way. You have to think about it first. The thought process is very important. So even if it takes years to think about it, picture yourself. And after a while, count on this. This is one of the secrets of the universe. It's one of the most important lessons that you can learn in life. If you think about it long enough, if you picture it, you will have to act on it because you can't act on anything else. So get the picture. Get the picture. And as you get that picture, you find yourself shedding things. And then you start practicing doing that. You get rid of some of the stuff. You don't place as much importance on it. You start realizing what's really important in your life. And you start living it that way. It's not a magic formula. It's not something that I'm able to say because I'm Wayne Dyer. It's something that I have lived from the moment that I showed up on this planet and have known that within me, I have the power to create anything I want in my mind. And whatever I create in my mind and keep there, I will have to act upon. I mean, I taught at a university for 7 years in New York, which were wonderful years. 3 of those years, I thought about not teaching at the university any longer. It took me 3 years of picturing myself not doing that at the university any longer. And it was a wonderful university and a wonderful position. I had great colleagues and great students and one of the best times of my life. But it took me 3 years of thinking about it. And now I'm in the process of, I'm writing a book about manifesting miracles in your life. I'm just starting on it now, just getting it going in my mind. And I ask myself, who am I? Who am I to write about how to create miracles in your life? What gives me the authority to be a miracle maker? And yet I've created miracles over and over and over again in my life. And I don't even know that I have the physical tools, that I have the intellectual capacity, that I have the discipline to sit down and do it again and write another book like that. I don't even know any of that. All I know is that I've got the idea in my mind. And I pictured myself doing it. And I wrote the outline, and I sent it into a publisher, and they gave me a wonderful advance, and they think it's a terrific idea. It's still all in the thought stage. There's not a page written. It's all in the thought stage, and yet I can see that book in my mind as clearly. I can tell you what color it's going to be. I can tell you pretty much how long it's all in my mind now. It may take me a year or two of just continually picturing it until Satori will arrive. And I'll walk into my office one day, and I'll sit down, and I'll start on it. Writing the outline for it was just like this for me. I was meditating on Maui, and just sitting in this meditation and asking myself, can I really and truly do this? I mean, this is the greatest undertaking of my life, to write about this sort of thing, miracle making and real magic. And all of a sudden, in my meditation came a voice, literally a voice. It said, do it. Now. Do it. And I came out of the meditation, and I was focused and clear, and I felt I was in that high sort of euphoric state that you get in. It's like drinking without booze. you know? It's like all the benefits of drugs without having to use any chemicals, without having to use any drugs. It's that wonderful, giddy, euphoric, phenomenal feeling that you can get to when you put your mind into a certain state, an alpha state. And I got out of there, and I had a pad of paper with me, and I sat down on a bench right 10 feet away from where I'd been meditating. I wrote for 3 hours. I wrote the outline. I just wrote it. It poured out of me, and I sent it into New York, and I sent it to the publishers, and they said it just seemed to flow. It just seemed so perfect. Like, that's what you do. That was like Satori. That was an instant kind of thing. It's like the hour before I started to meditate that day, I didn't know I was going to write that outline. I just allowed it all to flow. And then it's sort of like you come into grips with something called intuition. And you begin to realize that your intuition is really God talking to you. And it's something that you don't want to ignore. If you do, you'll almost always have to go through a longer period of suffering and obstacles. But if you go with that intuitive voice that says, do it, after a while you trust it, and you trust it, and you trust it, and it unfolds exactly the way it's supposed to, and all the things that come along that you think are inconsistent with it are necessary for you to go through, and you begin to view all of life that way.
This is the end of Side 3. Side 4 is already queued up for your listening. Now Wayne will introduce you to the material from his book, Gifts from Icus. One of its main characters is the woman Icus, and the story she tells has to do with the secrets of the universe, secrets that will help anyone improve his or her life.
This novel takes place on another planet. See what you think of this. This is a Voyager who winds up on this planet, Uranus, and finds out that he's on a planet that is exactly like Earth. It's a duplicate of Earth. Duplicate planet. Everything is the same. Okay? Everything's the same. Except that the people he notices as he checks into a Holiday Inn, you know, they have those little brown kind of shampoo bottles, the miniature ones, you know, that Sassoon puts out. Checks out. Everything's the same. But he notices that the people are different. And the only difference, it turns out, as he discovers this, is that the people on Uranus are neurotic by their reality. They have to be. They can't help it. It's the way things are. Because the first encounter is with this woman named Icus, who gives the anxiety attack report right after the weather. It turns out that on Uranus, anxiety really attacks. Right? So you have to be on guard for it all the time. You've got to buy your Valium and get it ready in case an unexpected attack of anxiety comes over the mountains. So you can't figure this out. Starts talking to this person. Finds out that, you see, people on Earth, as he is talking to this woman, Icus, who is the only character in the book, talks to her about, like, people have anxiety attacks on Earth, too. And she can't, well, of course, you know, anxiety. But anxiety doesn't really attack, and she can't quite understand that, you see. So it's like when you begin to look at the difference between Uranus and Earth, you find that people are guilty on Uranus too. But guilt serves a purpose. Because if you feel guilty long enough on Uranus, you get to go into rewind. You go backwards, you get to do it over
Oh, yeah, it's great. It's great. Makes a lot of sense. See, then you'll hear people on Uranus saying, you should have done it this way. If only you would have listened to me. And that makes sense there, because if you say you should have, you would have, you could have enough, you get to go back, do it over, and fix it. I didn't like the way I talked to my mother. I shouldn't have talked to her that way. That's right. You shouldn't have talked to her that way. That's right. Backwards, do it over. Mom, yeah, you're really a nice lady. And get to do it over. There's no guilt serves a purpose. Okay? It's a great idea. Rewind would be great, wouldn't it? Because you hear people talking like we have rewind all the time. Oh, yeah, sure. You hear it everywhere. Yeah, I went up to give a speech up in Minnesota, arrived there. The guy had picked me up at the airport. I said, look, these leaves. I haven't seen leaves changing in a long time. This is really beautiful. I said, can you just go a little slow? I'd like to see these. I live down in Florida where, He said, Doc, he said, that's nothing. You should have been here last week. I said, what? He said, you should have been here last week. I said, last week I was in Florida. He said, yeah, but you should have been here. It was really beautiful. I said, you never should have been here last week, this week. You can't do that. Can't do that on Earth. Just can't. You try it. You get out there and should have been here last week, this week. You can't do that. And Uranus, you can do that. You can't do that here. I don't want to be told what I should have done. When your kids come home at 5 and they were supposed to have called at 3, and you tell them you should have called at 3, they know they're talking to a banana. They know that. They can't say anything, but they know. And you hear people talking. Wait a second, close the doors here. Close the doors. Don't let anybody out. I want to tell you people something. Do you know that if every one of you in 1916, if you'd have bought 5 shares, Coca-Cola, 5 shares of Coca-Cola, you'd be millionaires today. Millionaires. I know some of you weren't alive in 1960. But you could have been. And if you would have been, and you would have bought those 5 shares, well, you wouldn't have any problems today. You hear this kind of talk all the time. Now, on Uranus, people there have phobias just like we have. You see, on Uranus, you'll hear people saying, "Whew, God, those elevators really scare me." Interesting thing is that elevators on Earth don't scare anybody. Yet people say it all the time. The elevator really scares me. Really frightens me. On Uranus, you get into an elevator, they're programmed to scare. All right? You get in and it goes, holy, what was that? That elevator really scared me. Not on Earth. It doesn't work that way. One of my very favorite stories was from a woman, a beautiful woman, who was 39 years old and in therapy with me. And she said something to me one day in the course of a counseling session. She said, my husband gave me a complex. Almost like what I'd like to have as a complex for my wife. In this case, he needed 2, because she said he gave me a complex about my breasts and about my body. He gave me a complex. Now, I'll have 2 of those. If you gift wrap them, please. And on Mother's Day, it's you open them up and say, oh, look, a complex. So I'll put one right over here and one right over here. And people say, what happened to you? Oh, my husband gave me a complex about that's why I am the way I am. And he would say things to her like, she would say, he thinks I'm stupid. I said, well, knowing him, as I did, that doesn't surprise me that he would say that. Did it ever occur to you that today he thinks you're stupid? And you are, obviously, because you're all upset about it. You must believe him. Did it ever occur to you that tomorrow he's going to come home and say, yesterday, dear, you were stupid. Today, you're a car. Why not? He could do anything knowing this guy. I said, would you be a car if he came home and said you were a car? He said, well, no, don't be. I said, wait a second. What if he said, okay, get down on all fours. I got a funnel with me. And put a funnel in your ear and started pouring gasoline into you. Would you be a car then? She said, of course not. I'm not a car. Why are you stupid? She was the kind of person who would go to a party and someone would say, hey, stupid, and she would turn around. I didn't know they knew I was coming to this party. Right away looking. I mean, that's really what paranoia is. You see, people are always talking about you all the time. It's just a question of, what do you do with it? A fully functioning person walks down the street and somebody looks at him and that person says, of course they're talking about me. The only person around here worth being talked about. Probably got a lot of nice things to say about me. The neurotic says, oh my God, what are they saying about me? How could they be laughing about that's not, and they get themselves all worked up. That's what paranoia is. The best definition I ever heard of it was something that Murray Banks told me. He said a woman was at the racetrack. And she walked up to somebody, she said, excuse me, do you have a safety pin, sir? And he said, no, I'm sorry, I don't. He walked up to somebody else, she got very nervous. Excuse me, do you have a safety pin over here? No, I don't have one, I'm sorry. Suddenly over the loudspeaker, she heard at the racetrack, they're off! And she fainted, okay? That's paranoia. Back to Uranus. If you believe that you can give somebody else a complex, or somebody else can give you a complex, you're in the wrong planet. Only on Uranus can you go in and order those things. And worry on Uranus is one of those things that exists because it's necessary. If you want to change something in the future, what you do is you worry about it, and then you can accelerate a computer terminal which will allow you the information to tell you whether or not the plane's going to crash. So you don't get on it if it's going to crash. You don't have any worries at all. I mean, if you worry has its own kind of inherent value. It keeps you from being neurotic. And on Earth, of course, worry is just another way of using up your present moments to be consumed about something in the future over which you have absolutely no control. So that's the first part of this book. Here's this wanderer arriving on this place, seeing all of these things, all these neurotic people, but having a reason for it all. Convinces Ichus to come to Earth. All right? She arrives here, and it's like the middle third. This is very short. The middle third of it is her wandering around our planet, not being able to figure out why there's so many people here who are neurotic when they have no reason to be. Anxiety doesn't attack. Guilt doesn't change anything. You can't go into rewind while you're here. People have phobias because they choose to, yet they blame the snake. Or they blame the elevator. Or heights. They say, heights really scare me. Like heights care? Heights don't care, folks. You're scared of heights because you choose to think that way when you get in high places, which isn't so bad. But don't blame the height unless you go to Uranus. On Uranus, mountaintops are on hinges, you see. That way, if you get too close to them, they kind of unhinge and scare the hell out of you. Oh, my God. But not on Earth. And, of course, the last third of it is like, here's a person who can only see reality as it is. And she's going to give advice to us, the secrets of the universe, if you will, on what can make our planet work at a whole new level if we were only reality-based instead of a non-reality-based. That is, the problem with being neurotic is not that you're unhappy. It's just that you're wrong. Yeah, neurotics are just wrong. They say, you're hurting my feelings. That's just wrong. You're embarrassing me now. Now you're making me feel bad. Nobody can do that. You know, nobody, as Eleanor Roosevelt told us, can make a fool out of you without your consent. Nobody can do that. It's up to you. Well, at the core of that book and that philosophy is one of the secrets of the universe. One of the secrets, and I say it as a secret simply because hardly anybody seems to understand it. So it must be a secret. And that secret is that you get treated in life the way you teach people to treat you. Period. And
If you don't like the way you're being treated in your life, the thing to do is to look at how you have taught people to treat you. Learning that essential message in your life, that the basic things that make people neurotic are not so much the way the world is, but the way we look at the world. They see reality for what it is, they just don't want to accept it. They look at the world, they see it for what it is, and then they complain about it, and they wish that it were different. If only you were more like me, then I wouldn't have to be upset at you right now. If only you were something different than what you are, I could be happier in my life. If only oil prices hadn't gone up. If only unemployment weren't the way it is. If only. They look at the world and they're always looking to blame somebody else. And you can tell by the very vocabulary that they use, by the very words that come out of their mouths. They say things like, I'm having an anxiety attack. Don't bother me now, please. I'm having an anxiety. What is that? There's no anxiety in the world. And it sure as hell doesn't attack. Go out and let's get some anxiety, bring it back here and here, look at it, please. There's no anxiety in the world. There are only people thinking anxiously at any given minute in their lives. And the people who learn how not to think anxiously, regardless of the situation, no matter how terrible something may seem to you, the people who are able to do that in their daily lives, in everything, rising prices, taxes, unemployment, losing a job, your children disappointing you, somebody getting sick, someone close to you dying, someone flipping out and not doing things that you want them to do, the stove breaking, the kids not getting a good grade in school, all of the things that are what it means to be a human being. If you can learn how to handle those things, then when a crisis comes along, you have prepared yourself for being able to handle anything. If you are always shocked and taken back and finding yourself upset over things that happen in the world and wishing that it were different, these are the kind of people who become victims in virtually every situation.
The whole thing about getting treated the way you want to be treated really starts with your own image of yourself, your own view of how you believe you deserve to be treated. And if you believe that you deserve to be treated in a certain way, you simply don't have any tolerance within you for being treated the opposite way. But even more than that, it's like, what are your expectations for how you'll be treated, and how do you see the world? Before I started seeing the world as a harmonious, beautiful place filled with brotherhood. Now, there are a lot of you listening who say, yes, but what about all of the examples of the absence of brotherhood and the horrible way that people treat each other in our world? I would suggest that you really take a look at the facts and understand that for every act of hatred and aggression or racism or negativity in some way, that there's a million acts of love and harmony and goodness towards each other, and that there's a network of good guys in the world, and a very, very small number of really abusive people in comparison to the number of people who are doing terrific and wonderful things. The problem is that the horrible things that people do to each other make the news and get our attention, and we talk about all the time, whereas we just sort of take for granted whenever a hurricane happens that everybody bands together and just everybody helps each other out. When any crisis arises, when we need to raise money for something that happens in the community or whatever, as a people, we find the will and the way to make it happen through love and through caring and through decency. So I tend to view the world that way and believe that it's silly that we allow a very small percentage of people's crass behavior to dictate how we live and think. Even the whole problem with drugs and so on in the streets, to me it seems silly that we've allowed the streets to be taken over by 1% of the people when 99% of the people want to live together in harmony. And once we realize the strength that we have in those numbers, that we'll see those shifts taking place. In fact, I think we are seeing them take place. But I've noticed that since I have begun to view the world that way and view people, even people who are behaving in a negative way or in an abusive way, I have a tendency to think that they're still good people who are acting out in a way that really isn't reflective of their divineness and who they are. I found that I hardly ever run into it anymore. I hardly ever run into negativity. I hardly ever run into people wanting to take advantage of me. I never think of people ever wanting to steal from me or take things from me or to push their way in front of me and so on. And it's almost like I have that expectation and it doesn't happen. I just don't see it. Or maybe I just have blinders on and I just simply don't see it. But whatever it is, it's like my view of the world has really shifted. So one of the ways to get people to treat you the way you want to be treated, I think, is to view people as good and decent and caring and important. And then to understand that your experience of everybody in your life is really nothing more than your thoughts about them. I mean, you can't be somebody else. You can't get behind somebody else's eyeballs and be another human being. So the only way you have to experience them is through your thoughts, through your process. So your experience of your coworkers and your husband and your children and everybody that you come into in your life is all done in your mind. That's where your experience of them takes place. And if in your mind, which is your corner of freedom to have and to think any way that you want to, if in that mind of yours you tend to view people as good rather than as evil, you tend to see the positiveness in life rather than being focused on the minority, the tiny, tiny percentage of negativity that's in the world, you're going to almost create that with your expectation. At least that's been my experience. I have taught people how I want to be treated basically through a very simple thing called the golden rule, which goes way back. And it's not the golden rule that applies so often in the capitalist world, which is he who has the gold makes the rule. It's the opposite. You treat people in life the way you want to be treated. And I find that as I do that, wherever it is, wherever I am, just a little while ago over at the airport, a lady was having trouble with her suitcase. It was a very, very heavy suitcase, and she just couldn't manage it. And I just walked over and carried it 100 yards for her. I mean, she just was so grateful and so happy, and that would be exactly what I would want somebody to do were I little and trying to, or say I lived in a world where people were giants, and I was, who I am was little, and I couldn't manage something. If someone would just come along and give me that helping hand, I have found that as I treat people that way in my life, that they almost always respond the same way. You can do this in your mind. It doesn't just get measured in acts and in deeds. You go into a busy, crowded place, say a restaurant, you don't want to wait 2 hours for a table, and everybody's milling around and angry and all of that, and you find that if you're very peaceful about it and very loving towards the person, and you'd let them know that, you'd like to have a table earlier for whatever reason, or your wife is pregnant, or that you're in a hurry, and you find that people want to accommodate you. They don't want to put you ahead of other people. That isn't what I'm talking about, because you certainly always have the option of going to another restaurant or whatever. But you find that people want to do things for you when you carry yourself in this very positive and loving way. At least I have found that. I have found that with my children and in my family situation, I find that more and more we have a much more loving bond between us because of this sort of golden rule philosophy that I'm espousing here. And part of this golden rule philosophy is taking responsibility yourself for how you're choosing to process things that you might previously have processed in a way that would cause you to be angry and upset and hurt and so on. You can very often see somebody striking out at someone verbally, and you can diffuse that really fast by simply saying something like, boy, you're really having a tough day today. I see that you're really frustrated. There's so many things going wrong. Boy, it must be really tough to try to manage so many different people. And it's like all of a sudden one caring person has entered this person's life who everybody else thinks of as this abusive or nasty or whatever person. And all of a sudden, that person is like, how can I help you? What can I do? Giving them something, whatever. It's like taking responsibility yourself for turning it around, And the more that you're able to do that and to approach situations in your life that way, it seems to me that the less likely that you're going to be somebody else's victim. See, the same thing applies to positions of authority when people are trying to manipulate and control you through their position in life or through their authority or whoever they are. Let's say you're going before the IRS and they have the authority on their side. Okay, they are the big guys and you're the little guy, and they've got the wheels of government and they've got all the threats and and they can throw you in jail or whatever. And yet I've been through many IRS audits, and everything that I'm saying here absolutely applies there. I have never come out of an IRS audit without the auditor and the accountant and all the people involved in it feeling very good towards me, because I just don't buy into the authority business or that anybody is any better than anybody else. If you're dealing with, say, a police officer who has just pulled you over for speed and is someone who is using their their boots and their weapons and their holsters and their leather jackets and so on as a way of intimidating. You can't be intimidated if you don't choose intimidation as a response. And if you also get past the need to be right or to make somebody else wrong, if you're beyond that. In other words, if somebody is talking down at you and saying something really abusive towards you, and you feel that you're being treated in a way that you don't like, you have so many options available to you at a moment like that. One of them options is to get angry and to get into a confrontation and tell them off and to show them that they're not going to do that, and you'll probably end up with handcuffs on and being taken. There's another possibility. It's like to understand the reality of the situation that you're in, that this has nothing to do with you. This isn't who I am. I am not a speeder. That isn't my role in life. I mean, I know who I am, and I'm very comfortable with that, and I'm very at peace with that. And I believe that I'm a good person and a decent person. And it's like that belief, that self-image of who I am as a person, I take into every confrontation or every interaction, rather, that I have with everybody. And if that's intact, then that person's behavior is just his obnoxiousness coming out. It doesn't have anything to do with me. It's his stuff. He owns it all. And so I don't buy into any of it. Instead of responding with sir, I have you, and you have no right to talk to me like that, I will respond with making it clear that this isn't my stuff. In other words, if you're talking, real abusive at me, my response would be, wow, you're really having a tough day. I was just maybe going over the speed limit, and but you see, I don't expect that when I get pulled over, when I'm in a position of authority, when I'm applying for my driver's license, or when I'm in a bank, or when I'm dealing with somebody at a government office or an IRS thing or a police officer or whatever. I don't go into it making it a contest. It's never a contest. I'm not in a contest in life. I'm not in competition with anyone. I'm absolutely at peace and comfortable with who I am as a human being. And I bring that to those encounters. And when you bring that to those encounters, you get people who mellow out real fast and who are really decent to you. I can't tell you how many times I've been upgraded to first class on an airplane just because I've been nice to somebody, because I've done something where I've seen a situation that could become very volatile, and I diffuse it with just an act of caring, with an act of decency. And boom, all of a sudden I've got somebody who was an extremely abusive person very much on my side. This past summer, a man said some things to my daughter and a couple of her little friends, and they're only 7 years old. And he said from what they said, some very nasty things. I went down to see who this person was, a great big bruiser of a guy with a couple of tattoos on, and a real stereotype of what you would expect. And I just started talking to him, and it turns out this guy was really a very gentle, really nice, terrific person. We became friends. We played tennis together over the summer and so on. And the kids had, he had lost his temper in a split second because they were splashing and actually doing some things that they were in a place that they didn't even belong. And he apologized. He said, yeah, he said, I raised my voice. He said, I just lost my temper for a second, but he said, I didn't mean it. He said, I got kids of my own, I know. And it's like, instead of going down there with fire in my eyes and creating an enemy, I go into a situation like that looking for a friend and thinking that everybody that's out there has this potential. And this doesn't mean that you go through life being wishy-washy and being abused and so on. What you're doing is you're avoiding their abuse. Most of the abuse and the victimization and the stuff that haunts so many people in their lives comes from their need to be right and to make the other person wrong and to prove something. If you go in with a healthy self-esteem and a healthy view of who you are, and you know that God is with you and that divineness is something that you're bringing, and you've got help, you've got guidance there with you right there at every second, and you're going in with the purpose of making this a beautiful encounter rather than a contest of wills, and I'm going to be right and they're going to be wrong. There is no right and wrong in this. You find that that you just don't run into that. When Christ or when Buddha would go into a village, that they would raise the consciousness of the village just by their very presence. Your very presence as a divine soul around a situation that could erupt into something very violent, just your presence. Years and years ago, I was a teacher at a school in Detroit, Pershing High School. This was now 1965, 66. I was 26 or 27 years old, and I was just a substitute teacher in the building, what they call a resource teacher. And I was working in the same building every day. They had 128 teachers in the building, so there would always be one or two absent, and I was like a permanent sub. And the theory was that you would get to know the student body and so on by being in the same school. Only one day I would be teaching math, the next day I'd be in the gym, the next day I'd be a counselor, the next day I would be teaching home ec, and whatever. And this is what I did in that school. And I did it for a couple of years while I worked on my master's degree. And it was an integrated school. And if you remember back in those days, this was in Detroit, and they were having riots back in 1967. In fact, my daughter, Tracy, was born during those riots. And a lot of the black students had walked out of quite a few of the schools, particularly in the very inner city. This was sort of a semi-inner city school. I'd say it was about 30% white and 70% black. Well, the black students at the school at Pershing were talking about walking out. They were going to have a demonstration, and they were going to have this, and they were going to, they were going to get very violent and so on. And the principal was going to have to deal with this situation. Now, it was going on all over the city, and in some of the schools, particularly in the very inner city, I think it was Northwestern and Central High School and so on. They had some pretty violent activities taking place, and the students were walking out, and there was threats and going on and so on. But Pershing had always been a school that had prided itself on its harmony, its racial harmony in the community and so on. And it was an integrated community, and it was really a wonderful place to work. It was one of my greatest joys, was being at that school during those years. The principal knew enough not to go in there and talk to all of the students, because he was the authority figure in the school, the principal, and the principal's going to go in and make demands and so on. He asked me, a young kid, really, who was just a substitute teacher in the school, if I would talk to the students. And I asked him why. I said, why would you want me to go into the auditorium and talk with the students? And he said, because you have a calmness and you have the respect of all of the people in the school. And this was as a young man. I'm not saying this bragging or to toot my own horn. When I walked into that auditorium and talked with the students, with the president of the student body, whose name was Joe Briscoe, who was a young black kid there and an athlete and a very fine young man, and we stood up on that stage and we talked to them, it became very calm in there. In the face of something that could have turned into something really ugly and really, it's like Pershing became one of the schools that worked at solidarity, at building a sense of caring and harmony. And it was all done through not making anybody else wrong. As we talked and the students aired their grievances and talked and so on, it was like nobody was wrong, nobody was right, nobody was in positions of authority. You can do that any place in your life you want to. If you've got that inner calmness and that serenity about yourself, you can take virtually any situation and turn it into something that you want it to become. And you can do that in your home, You could do that in your family. You could do that in your business. And it always depends on how do I feel about myself, what do I think I deserve, and how can I radiate outward what it is that I have inside. And if what I have inside is harmony and peace and love and divineness, if I have that inside, then that's what I'll have to give away. If I have anger and hostility and hatred inside, then that's exactly what I'll have to give away, and that's how I'll get treated. You don't take any of it personally. You don't own any of it. Anybody else's behavior is theirs. You don't define somebody else with your judgment. You define yourself as someone who needs to judge. Each person is defined by their own thoughts and actions. And if you don't own it, if you know that that's not you, no matter what they're saying to you, if you know that that's not you, that they're just talking to the package, they're just talking to the container, the sort of the blanket of flesh that surrounds the real you, the real soul. If you're a person who's in a position of authority, for example, and someone is coming in late all the time, and you find that no matter what, no matter how gentle and kind and decent you are, that this behavior continues to persist, you are still getting treated the way you're teaching that person to treat you. You have to go with what works. If it isn't working, in other words, if it isn't correcting the behavior, then you take the next step. You're not attached to it, but you take the next step. And ultimately, the next step might be to fine somebody for being late. And ultimately, then the next step might be to let them know that it's going to cost you every time you're late. And ultimately, it may be that you can no longer work here if you're not here on time. You don't have to do that with anger or malice or say, I can never get these people to do it, whatever. It's like, these are the consequences. Like if we're running a train schedule here, the trains go out on time, and we can't have the conductors coming in late and make the trains run on time. And this is simply just in the way of things. And perhaps you ought to be in a job where you can work from your bedside and answer the telephone in your pajamas, and it's all going to work out fine for you. Or if somebody is continually being rude, and there are some people like that out there in the world, but once you let them know that you're not willing to tolerate that, you'll find that people don't want to be rude to somebody who isn't impressed with it. And if someone just persists with it, then you just have to let them go. Or you have to just remove yourself if you can't. If you're not in a position of hiring and firing, you remove yourself from a person like that. And I do that on a regular basis. If I'm around people who are talking real loud and are real abusive and so on, even if they're doing it with each other, I just move on to someplace else. I don't have to stay there. And if you're in a relationship with somebody who is treating you in a rude and obnoxious way, then you have to say to yourself, first of all, what do I think of myself? 2, why have I allowed this behavior to persist? And 3, am I going to continue to allow it to persist? And if the answer to any of those questions is, no, I'm not willing to allow it to continue to persist, then you simply start removing yourself from that situation. You don't fill yourself with anger and hatred towards that person. You see it as a part of your own self-learning. This is what I've allowed myself to put up with up until now. I no longer am willing to tolerate that. And you can say it in just exactly those words. I had to say that to my children on a couple of occasions when they would say something that was really outrageous and nasty. This was years ago. And I said, look, I don't allow anybody in the world to talk to me that way because I don't think of myself like that. So I simply will not tolerate it from you. I just won't tolerate that. That put a stop to it. If they persisted with that and continued to do that, I would remove myself. I just would remove. I wouldn't allow myself to be physically in the same place with somebody who was doing that. And, there's an awful lot of people who continue to allow themselves to be abused in some sort of masochistic way where they aren't willing to do what it takes to remove themselves from a situation like that. But those are extremes. I must say that it's been years since I've even run into anything like that. For me, I have a view of myself. I'm comfortable with it. I believe that I have God with me at all times. And I bring that to all encounters. And as I bring that to all encounters, I find that I don't get cheated and I don't get abused. Every once in a while, I'll get somebody who will buy something from me and send me a bad check. Happens very occasionally, but it still will happen. Most of the time, if I write them a letter, they will make it good. There's still a few people out there who are into writing bad checks, and that's what they do. And I figure that as I look at that kind of behavior, I don't tell myself, oh, isn't this awful, and how dare they steal from me, and get myself all upset and allow their behavior to control me even further. I simply say, well, that's the path that they're on, and perhaps they needed the products, the books or the tapes or whatever it was. They needed it more than I needed the money that they were going to give, and it's fine, and they will be taken care of. They will have to answer to something much higher than me.
starts with a concept in my own belief that goes way back to when I was a young boy. I can remember being a bag boy. I watch bag boys today, and I remember what kind of a bag boy I was, because I'm the same kind of a psychologist, I'm the same kind of a philosopher, I'm the same kind of a man, I'm the same kind of a father, lover, whatever it is that I am, wherever I am this kind of a bag boy. I divide them into one-baggers and two-baggers. Every time I go into a grocery store and push my little cart around and get up there at the end, I watch the bag boys and the cashiers. That's how I got my master's degree, believe it or not. And I stand in the line and I'll watch, and invariably there will be what I call the one-bagger. And this will be the guy who will be taking a can of peas, and he'll lift it out and kind of look at it, set it into the bag, okay? And meantime, the counter where the groceries are coming through is getting filled with your groceries. He doesn't care about that. He's not interested in that. That makes no difference to him. He works at one pace, slow, very slow. And his attitude is one of indifference, okay? Now, we're talking about a 14-year-old kid, generally, all right? And he'll pick up something else, and he'll do it real slow. And every single time that anybody is there with a big order, the cashier will have to stop. She will take the money and all that, and then she will have to assist this kid in the job of bagging these groceries. And you see them all the time. Lift the bag up, and then they take another one, and they open it up real slow. And this is their approach to life. In fact, I won't let any of them ever touch my groceries. I want them bagged my way, and I want them bagged now, and I don't want to stand there and wait for somebody hoping that life will get better for him before he can get through with my groceries. Now, the two-bagger is the guy who's got two cashiers that he's bagging for, all right? He's got one over here and one over here, and he's over here, and he's doing it over here, and he picks it up, and he's generally cheerful and will say something, how you doing, isn't it? And he'll pick up the bag, and he'll set it down into the cart, and then he'll go over here, and he'll bag for this lady over here, and then he'll come back over here, and he'll do it, and then he'll go over here. He's got a contest going. There are no two cashiers in the world that can keep up with me. I used to think of myself as the world champion bag boy. Sometimes I'd even challenge the three fastest ones. I can bag for all three of you all day, and none of you are going to ever have to pick up a bag. That's the double bagger, the two bagger. And then there's the other kid whose attitude almost is, there's no one cashier in the world that I can't make stop and help me. Now, you've all seen this, standing in line at a bank not too long ago. A girl was there, and she was on the phone to somebody else, but she was obviously on hold. And the lady in front of me was waiting for an okay on the check or something. And I said, excuse me, I just want to deposit this check. Would you just deposit it? And she looked at me, she said, I can't do two things at once. And that was it. It's like she was reprimanding me for asking her to stop while she was on hold, waiting. She had been there about 5 minutes on hold, and she can only do one thing at a time on hold, and that is be on hold. And I thought to myself, why can't you do more than one thing at a time? I mean, most people can do a lot more than one thing. I can do 7 or 8 things at a time. Why can you only do one thing at a time? Well, you see, these kinds of people who spend their lives doing these kinds of tasks, and there's nothing wrong with doing those tasks, except very often they're not very fulfilled in them. They don't feel very positive about themselves while they're doing them, and they're not really very gratifying to them. Now, this bag boy, this one bagger, will go, and I'm telling you right now, I can predict what his life is going to be like. He's going to be a one-bagger all of his life. He is going to literally go through his life being a bag boy or something equivalent, and he is going to go home and tell his wife how rotten it was that somebody else passed over him for promotion, and the boss doesn't really like him, and sure enough, he didn't get the raise that everybody else in there got, and everybody discriminates against me, and it isn't fair, and how dare they do this sort of thing to me. And he's going to go through his life, and he's going to be a one-bagger. These people rarely change. Rarely do they make the decision not to be anything other than a one-bagger, and he's going to be very, very unfulfilled, and he's going to be an expert at being right. I mean, he will be so right in what he is and what he says, because he will convince himself that everybody else and everything else out there is the reason why I am the way I am. It has nothing to do with me, this human being, and my attitudes towards my job and towards what I do. It is just, there's a conspiracy out there, and you can't get ahead. And I don't care who you are, you can't make it. And that's his attitude. And you can see that on so many young people. Now, the other guy, the two-bagger, guarantee it. If I was looking for somebody to work for me, I would just go observe bag boys for a day. And I'd know who I could hire, and that person there will probably own 4 or 5 chains of grocery stores, or he will never allow himself to be defeated. He'll go through his life with new challenges, new job opportunities, trying all kinds of things. Will never be on unemployment. There will be no such thing as unemployment for him in his life, no matter what happens to the economy. He won't allow that to happen to himself. He's the kind of guy who, if they laid him off tomorrow, will go out for 100 jobs. And if he gets 100 rejections, he'll apply for 100 more. And he'll keep doing it and doing it and doing it until he gets the kind of thing that he wants. He will make his own opportunities and go through life like that. And that's a rare kind of person. Now that quality, how do you explain this? This is one of the things that mystifies so many people. How do you explain 2 people with the same pay, the same number of coffee breaks during the day, the same opportunities, the same everything? How do you explain one of them being a 1-bagger and one of them being a 2-bagger? Where does it come from? Is it opportunity? No. Is it talent? No. Is it education? Has nothing to do with that. Is it racial? No. Has nothing to do with any of those things that social scientists are always looking for. It's related to something called perseverance, something called drive, something called inner serenity, a kind of inner pride in yourself. And if you have that, it doesn't matter what you do. In a wonderful, wonderful novel called Shibumi, which I recommend to you if you haven't read it, a man who operates at this high level, Nikolai, is in a cell, and he's been kept there for 3 years and is in solitary confinement because he's trying to be controlled by the authorities in Japan. And when he is taken out, this American from this cultural thing that I'm talking about, who emphasized the size and the authority and the rules, knocks on his prison cell after 3 years of having total solitary confinement and says to him, "We have an assignment for you. We have something that we would like you to do for us, for the CIA. And you better take it because opportunity doesn't knock twice. What we're going to do is offer you your freedom." And he said to him something very significant. He said, "What you offer me is my liberty. I have my freedom. I've always had my freedom. You can never take that away from me. And these are my conditions for doing what I want. And I'm going back to my cell, and unless you're willing to meet them," he said, "I'd appreciate it when you come back tomorrow and knock on my cell that you knock twice so that I don't confuse you with opportunity." It's the kind of line that you always want to have, and you think of it 4 days later. But when you're writing a novel, you can put it right in there just like that. But that the corner of freedom that people have is the ability, and this is what he was saying, to use his mind in the most creative and personal way that he wanted to. And in place of knowledge, people in our culture somehow have achievement. It's almost an irony when we look at, for example, what do we mean by a college education? See, college education, we purchase credits. I mean, you do it, and you put down money, and you buy a certain number of credits, and then you go through a certain number of rules. And it has nothing to do with knowledge. None of it has anything to do with knowledge, or what you're learning, what it means to you, how it applies in your life. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with, how do I fit into this system? How do I please that authority figure up there called a teacher? And what do I do? And how many pages do I write? And when is it due? And how many books do I have to read? It's a system that has nothing to do with knowledge. And yet we somehow confuse it. We think that you can purchase knowledge. And you can't, obviously.
Freedom is a word that we throw around in our culture a lot, I guess because we live in a place where freedom is sort of taken for granted. But there's another kind of freedom other than just the freedom to express yourself and the freedom to vote and things like that. And that's the freedom that comes from knowing how to really enjoy your own life and all that your life is. And this is a freedom that can never be taken away from you, even in the worst of circumstances, even by putting you into a jail cell. You can't take that away. It's the knowing. That's a key word. It's the knowing of having control over your own mind. Knowing that. It isn't just that you read it or you listen to me say it or whatever, but that you develop this powerful awareness that I truly am in charge of all that I am as a human being. And like once you get that knowingness, that it isn't circumstances and that it isn't the terrible things in life or the things that we've judged to be terrible that make our lives what they are or what they are not. It is how we process them. It is thinking that makes it so, as Shakespeare said. Then freedom is yours. It's yours to use at any time that you want to use it. Happiness and enjoyment are not things that you get out of life. They're not rewards that come to you. They're not something that is going to be the result of you behaving in a certain way or living a certain lifestyle. Happiness and enjoyment are inner processes, and they are what you bring to life. They are yours, and yours alone, to have at any time that you want to have them. And no matter what the circumstance that you can think of, no matter how bad it may seem for you, you always have this corner of freedom to choose to process it the way that you want to. And I mean, I've seen examples of this kind of thing. I mean, I've seen the extreme examples of people who have put their minds into a place where they're capable of having a pin put right through their arm and not experience any pain. I've seen hundreds of people walk across hot burning coals and experience no burning of the flesh whatsoever. And you think to yourself, well, wait a minute, when flesh is put to burning coals, you get burnt flesh. That's just the physical laws of the universe. And yet it's not. I've seen people overcome just unbelievable fears that you would think that no one else could do, and do it all through this exquisite power of the mind, of your thoughts. And so happiness or fulfillment or enjoyment or whatever, if you get nothing else, get this really clear for yourself, that they have nothing to do with the circumstances of your life. It's not relevant. It's not even an issue that you ought to be bringing up. Over and over you'll hear, yeah, it's easy for you to say that you can be happy because, and then they'll list all the reasons why somebody else can, and then to come up with, these are all the reasons why I can't be happy. And this list will be very, very long indeed. Never ever once saying, well, the reason that I am not happy is because I don't bring happiness to what I'm doing. It's because I'm looking for happiness as some external thing that is going to come to me. It's like what Ika says, there is no way to happiness. Happiness is the way. And happiness is the way is something that some people have all of their lives. It's something that I have had as long as I can remember, and it's the thing that I can remember my mother tells me about when I was an infant, when I was just like 2 years old, before we were moved away for a while, and when we came back, and throughout all of my teen years and so on, that I was always someone who knew how to make other people laugh and how to enjoy life, and would always look at the bright side of things rather than the negative side. It's just, and I think back to what I was talking about earlier about purpose and discovering that purpose. And once you discover that purpose for yourself, in the process of meditating and going within, I have discovered what my real purpose is a peaceful purpose. If you believe in the concept of eternity, then you believe in it for yourself. And if you believe in a concept of eternity, then you don't believe in beginnings and you don't believe in ends. You believe somewhere, in some dimension, somehow, there's an infiniteness to all of this. And if that's the case, then you look at your own life as like a parenthesis in eternity. There's an open parenthesis, which is called your conception, and then there's a closed parenthesis called your death. And in there is your life. And then before that parenthesis, there's this void that you know existed. I mean, you read history books and you know that there was something there. And then on the other side of the closed parentheses, there's like what goes on at the end of your death. You ask yourself the question, what am I here for, and what is my purpose, and how can I be happy in the fulfillment of that purpose as I live my life, which is what I want to do. I want to feel joyful. I want to feel good as I live my life. Who doesn't? That's what we all want. And I want to feel successful, and I want to feel happy. So then you say, all right, first of all, I'm going to find my purpose. I'm going to find out what am I here for? What am I about? All right. So how do you do that? I'll just share with you how I did it. I went through in my mind, in meditative experiences, and re-experienced earlier phases of my life. I could see myself at the age of 30. I could see myself in my mind. I could see the clothes I was wearing. I could see the relationships that I was in. I could see the home that I lived in. I could see the room. I could see what I was working on in my life. And I could see myself. I could see my face, this 30-year-old face and this body, and what it looked like at 30. And I thought that was really interesting, to see that in the world of thought, nothing dies. So that in thought, which is where we experience our life, 30, for me, which is 20 years ago, still exists in my mind. Right? Because all memory is just thought, formless. And then I could experience 20. And I could literally pick a day in my 20th year, which was 1960, and be in that day. I had enough information. It's so amazing that they find that as people are dying, and they call them senile, that they say they just blurt out dates and events and things. On a Tuesday, April the 3rd, and it was 1891, and then you go look it up and you find that it was real. I mean, it's like, so that everything that you experience in your life is there somewhere in this computer called your mind. And if you work hard on it enough in your meditation, you can be there and you can get to the day, January 12th, 1960. You can get it and experience that day and who you were with at the time. And you could do that for literally every day of your life if you could train yourself well enough, if you thought it was worthwhile. So anyway, you can go back and you can be 20 and you see yourself as this 20-year-old kid and you look at the path you're on and you look at what you're doing. For me, at 20, I was in the military, and I was overseas on board an aircraft carrier in the Pacific. And I could see the things that I was reading at that time, the essays that I was writing. I was working on a novel at that time, and I'd written a whole bunch of essays about how I disliked the requirements of the military to not have a mind. To be a good soldier, you have to never question anything and just do what you're told. And I railed against that and against being inspected and against uniforms, everybody looking alike and all of this. This is just where I was at that time. Well, and then from the perspective of a 50-year-old, 30 years later, looking back at that, I can see that those thoughts had a great deal to do with the books that I wrote and with the tapes that I've produced and with what my whole life has been, right? But that I had to go through that at that time. And then I can go back in my meditation to being 10. And I can see the 10-year-old boy, and that 10-year-old boy is there. Everything about that little 10-year-old kid is there. The quarterback on the local football team and all of the things that I was doing at the age of 10. And it's interesting, as you look from the perspective, as you go back through these stages of your life, in your meditation, and it becomes very, very real, you can see that what you're doing, you become that in your mind. You sort of meld the present with the past in your mind, and you can see then what you were doing at that time and how it led to, and you can see almost like this phenomenal plan that was taking place. All right, so you're discovering your purpose, but you're going backwards to do it. Okay, so now I'm 10 years old and it's 1950 in my mind. Right? Then you go back to being 5, and you can, in your mind, you can see this little 5-year-old kid, and you can see the all of the events and all of the things and where I was living and what and experience that, and you keep going. Where I'm getting to is that you just keep going back right to your birth. In your mind, you could, and as you go back, if you do this gradual enough and use your mind in a strong enough way, you can begin to see a whole life plan unfolding in your mind and seeing how everything fit together exactly. Every experience was there for you to have. All right? And then you can go back right to your birth. And in some places they call this like a rebirthing kind of thing. There's nothing airy-fairy about it. There's nothing weird about it. It doesn't require any special crystals or any incense or anything like that. It's not loaded with any of the paraphernalia that becomes associated with it. You literally, in your mind, you're getting so good now at going back in your mind that you can experience your own birth. And you can even go back to before your birth. You can guide yourself right through to your conception, right through to, and look at the time. And I look at the time that, and if you believe now, we'll go back to what I was saying a few minutes ago about this parentheses in eternity, that there was a moment in which you existed in form, and a moment before in which you didn't. I mean, that's just logical, and that it has to be. What was the moment before you existed like? And the moment that you suddenly existed? And why? Why did you come into form? If you believe in a perfect universe, in a spiritual place that we are all in, and that on all of this enlightenment principles that I'm talking about here, then you know in your heart that you showed up here for a reason. When I did this in my own meditation, just from my own experience of doing this, I was born in May of 1940, so we're now talking about August, perhaps, of 1939. And why would I come into form at that time in 1939? What was going on in the world? And it's like I tried to go back to 1939. I see myself as a messenger of peace. Peace for individuals, peace for communities, peace for countries, peace for the universe, peace for the world. I mean, and it was clear to me that as the world was getting ready to go to war and was getting set on fire, that I showed up here. It just made my purpose as a human being very, very authentic and real for me. Okay, so now it's like I'm doing this in a few minutes, whereas we're talking about over a period of months that I went through this thing in my life, where into my mind I kept going back and discovering that I had a role in all of this. If there was a moment in with my conception and a moment before that, and if I had any voice in that as a formless being, then coming in now at this time has nothing to do with any accident. It has to do with part of God's plan, whatever, which I am a part of. And so here I am on purpose now. And if my purpose is about peace and about loving and giving and sharing, if that's what I'm here for, and my whole life as it has unfolded, I've had a lot of lessons to learn about not doing that in some relationships, and then getting out of that relationship and then doing it in the next one, and it's like the whole business of not failing but producing results and so on. So that I've gotten to the point now where I can see this whole panorama of a life from beginning sometime in 1939 and up until now. And I ask myself the question always now, am I on purpose or am I on outcome? Okay? And there's a big, big difference between the two. Being on outcome is always about unhappiness and lack of fulfillment and lack of success. It's always about where am I going, what's in it for me, what am I going to get out of it, what are my rewards going to be, how much am I going to make, how am I going to do, how are other people going to see me. It's about outcome. It's about winning the match rather than being in it. It's about trying and not arriving, striving and not arriving. It's about all kinds of stuff which keeps me out of the moment and into some future moment which I can't live now, and always about some kind of how it is for me. But then I remember my purpose. And my purpose has nothing to do with outcome. So I try to get my life back on purpose. Now, if whoever you are, if you can get your life on purpose, that is, I believe in my soul, I mean, the deepest part of me believes that you cannot fulfill yourself other than through service to others. That you are not here to get, you are here to give. It's the only thing you can do is give. You can't get anything. You can't hold on to it, you can't keep it, you can't take anything with you. The only thing you do in your parentheses in eternity is to give. You can give away what you are. And so as I stay on purpose, I'm always happy. If I'm doing God's work, or Wayne Dyer's purpose which is not meant in any religious context, but in a spiritual context. If I know that what I'm about is loving and giving and serving and promoting peace, which is why I showed up here when the world was starting to go on fire, and that the message that I have in my heart is one that would make sure that there was never any war again, or any hatred, or any killing, or any of the stuff that so infects our whole human scenario. If I can get that message across to enough people, then my life will stay on purpose, and I will always be fulfilled. As long as I am on purpose, I am fulfilled. The minute I get off of purpose and on outcome, I'm not fulfilled. I'm not happy. So the way that you stay happy is always to be on purpose. And the only way to discover your purpose is to go back and look at the whole life panorama and ask yourself, why would I have come here? If I believe in eternity, and I believe that there was something before my birth that I experienced, and something after my death that I experienced in some formless way, then why would I go from formless to where there are no boundaries and there's no suffering and there's no pain and all of that Christ and Buddha all talk about, all the great spiritual masters talk about, living that kingdom of heaven within. Why would I come to this, where it's boundaries and limitations and suffering and so on? And what do I take after the closed parentheses onto the next dimension? And you start to look at all of the people and how they're living their lives and whether they're on purpose or not. And if you know that your purpose is to love and to give and to serve and to share and to be in harmony and peace, and that's what I think it's about, that's what I think the human story is about, then as long as you are there, you can assess virtually everything you're doing in that context. Am I on purpose? Am I on purpose? And when you're not on purpose, when you're off of purpose, you will find your blood pressure going up, you will find yourself frustrated, you'll find yourself anguished, you'll find yourself in pain. But when you're on purpose, time will have no meaning. There is no time. Everything is glorious, everything is fulfilled. It's like being in a beautiful dream. It's like being in a garden. And everything is just absolutely magnificent and not waking up from that. So get your life on purpose, and you'll find that happiness won't be a question you'll ever ask yourself about again. You can assess virtually all of your unhappiness in terms of your inability to stay on purpose. One of those secrets of the universe that I guess will lay on you, the understanding that first, foremost, get this clear. All right? You are not what you do. If you are what you do, then when you don't, you aren't. Isn't that true? You are not what you do. Your value doesn't come from what you accomplish. Your worth as a human being does not come from your successes out there. Your value doesn't determine by whether or not you win or not. Don't you understand? If you have to win in order to have value, then somebody else has to lose. And that somebody else who's losing is determining whether you're a winner or not. And if they don't cooperate, then you're a loser. When you always are looking over your shoulder to determine whether you're valuable or not, you're giving your value up as a person and putting it in the hands of somebody else who you hope won't hit the ball over the net, or who won't be able to run faster than you, or won't make as much money as you. Don't you understand that those people are now controlling your life? And if they hit the ball over the tennis net one time more than you do, that makes you a loser? And it's in their hands? No, you're not what you do. You are what you believe about yourself. Your value doesn't come from anything but what you choose to think. And your corner of freedom in life is the willingness and the ability to think anything you want. That's yours. No one can change that for you. No one can take that away from you. You can think what you want. Your corner of freedom is that you can think in the way that you choose. The most important things to learn in life is a sense of appreciation for yourself. Here's what success is and how it comes to you, and it's the easiest secret of all of Icahus' messages to us. If one advances confidently in the direction of his own dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. Yeah, you get out there and lead your life, fulfilled, happy, excited. Success will chase you in the numbers that you need it. And it'll always amaze you. And the more you reach out and help others and give away what you have, it'll come back to you in even larger numbers. Be a human being who consults inner signals on how their life is going to be run. And this has nothing to do with abusing anybody else or wishing other people ill will or stepping on anybody else or anything like that. You see, to understand the concept of inner peace, of being an inner-directed person, you have to understand that you are unique in all the universe. In all of time, if there was a beginning to our universe, if there is an end to it, which we don't even know, we can't even begin to understand it, it's so huge and incomprehensible to us, no one can ever get to an understanding of themselves, of the universe, of what it means to be a fully functioning person, unless they get to this point called inner peace, which we can't get a hold of. Now, your uniqueness, your specialness, you sit in this room right now, thinking whatever you're thinking. And people ask me, Wayne, aren't you concerned about your reputation? Aren't you concerned about what those people think about you? And I say, there are 2,000 people here today. Now, I have 2,000 reputations going right now. It's true. I have no control over what each one of you decides you're going to do with what I say. My reputation is not in my hands. I have no control over that. You must know that if you are what you do, then when you don't, you aren't. It's just a simple thing. That there's so many examples of people who believe that they are what they do. And then when they no longer can, that is, if they become physically incapacitated, or if they retire, or whatever, they find themselves ready to commit suicide, having an inability to handle it. This is what I was talking about when I was referring to the difference between being on purpose and being on outcome. When you're on purpose, what you do is just a reaction or a result of your purposeful living. The real great lessons that we have to learn, that the whole Bhagavad Gita is based upon, is how to detach ourselves from the fruits of our labor. Very, very tough thing for us to do in Western civilization, because we're so accustomed to believing that what we produce and what we get for ourselves really is a measure of who we are, when in fact that's a spiritual dead end. It's a dead end in the sense that life is what happens to you while you're making other plans. I mean, life is all that you are each and every day, and the outcome is just whatever is going to result from that. But if you attach yourself to the outcome, then your life becomes the waste. The moments of your living that lead up to the outcome don't count. They are called suffering, or postponing your gratification for something in the future which will never arrive, because you'll always then have to have a bigger goal, and you get on that treadmill and never get off of it. The more you know that what you do is just a choice that you're making, and it's just one out of a million options at any given moment. In this moment right now, I could be making many, many other choices. To be playing tennis, to be sitting in my hotel room alone, to be with my family, and I happen to be here, and this is what I'm doing right now. But this is not who I am. Who I am is not this tape product that I am producing. My purpose is to give and to share and to love. And this is just one manifestation of that, one way to do it. And what the outcome is like, what does the product look like? How does it sell? How do other people like it? I'm not attached to it. I don't relate to it any longer. Because when you get on purpose, outcome or the results of your labor just don't matter anymore. They're just not that important. It's even that way in competitive business world, or even that way in competitive athletics and so on. It was, 15 minutes ago that Dennis Waitley walked in here. Dennis is here in Chicago on the same day I am, and we happen to be here in the same studio. And we were both kind of kidding each other about different programs and so on. And a lot of people think of Dennis and I as competitors. My first reaction when I saw Dennis was to throw my arms around. My belief is that everybody on the planet who is on the side of helping to improve the quality of life for other people is on my team. So I just met a teammate. I didn't meet anybody that might sell more albums than I do, or might get more notoriety than I do, or vice versa. It's not like that at all. We can kibitz about that and laugh about that. But when you're truly on the path of knowing exactly what you're about, then you welcome all of those folks who are on the same path as you and are helping you. And it was a beautiful thing, because I haven't seen Dennis in years and years. And it was just good to see him again and spend a few minutes with him and to talk with him in a sort of semi-social setting here, having lunch together. That's what happens for you. It isn't the potential result at all. It's the process. It's the living of it. It's the being it. And you know when you're on purpose, and you know when you're not on purpose. And there are some who say that even when you take money for what you do, that you're still off of purpose. And there are some who, like the truly spiritually enlightened among us, the Mother Teresas, and as you go back and look at history, the people who've given all of that up. And I have a feeling that will be true for me at a time in the very, very near future, that even being paid for what I do, for speaking or for writing or whatever, which is all wonderful and all a way of feeding my family and helping a lot of people with all of those funds that come in, that the time isn't too far away when that won't be it won't be the consideration, it won't even be on the agenda. Because when someone is paying you, there's still a sense of outcome attached to it. You're still off of purpose somewhat. You're concerned with, I know that when I speak, and I'm speaking for a charity group, for example, and I'm not being paid for it, that I never feel any pressure whatsoever when I'm going on my way to that speech. I'm just giving. It's just total, complete giving. And yet when I'm being paid a large fee for going to speak someplace, I always feel a sense of pressure, a sense of I've got to deliver something. Part of me is off of purpose. I think all of it boils down to inner versus outer direction. Outer directed people are those who are directed by outcomes. And inner directed people are those who are directed by their purpose or by their values or by their esteem for themselves or by what they feel is what they're about as a human being. Inner direction is the objective, is the goal, to be directed inwardly. But then there are people who are directed inwardly for evil purposes too, so you have to watch that. You have to be careful with that. I completely believe that anybody can change and become anything they want to in moments. And that's what I mean by instant awakening or satori. I was sitting by the pool not too long ago talking to a woman whose 2 children were playing with my 2 daughters. And she was telling me that her first husband had just died a few weeks before, but she had been divorced from him for quite some time, and she was remarried to another man, and she had a child by this other man, a little boy. Her present husband had beaten her up a couple of times and drank real heavily. Actually, she had to call the police one night and have him taken away because he was in a drunken rage, was threatening them with violence and so on. And his sentence was to undergo this rehabilitation for alcoholism. particularly for the violence that was associated with his alcoholism. And she said to me, I'm divorcing him, and I know that I can never see him again. She said, I just don't believe people change. They just can't change. And I said to her, I said, don't ever believe that people can't change. Don't ever give up on human beings. Some people never do change. There's no question about that. But the potential for changing and dropping really bad habits is within all of us, and it can happen in an instant. For whatever reason, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. If he has a readiness to rid himself of this alcoholic rage behavior of his, which she said, other than that, he was a wonderful husband. He was terrific. You know, it was only if he got drunk, he would become so abusive that it would be impossible to be around him. She was afraid and so on. And I talked to her a bit about it, and I had her listen to the transformation tapes. And I just got a letter from her yesterday. And she said, I listened to what you said, and he contacted us to see his little boy. And she said, I had made up my mind I was never going to see him, but I said, why don't you come over? She said, he has absolutely no desire to have alcohol anymore. Now, this has only been about 3 months now. But she said, we're happy, we're back together again, we're going places as a family, things have never been better. And she said, and he has absolutely no desire to drink and hasn't had anything. And she said, I just can't believe the wonderful change that has taken place. And she said, and the only reason I allowed it is because you had said that to me that afternoon at the pool. I went to get in my car a few months ago, and somehow someone had gotten this card, and it was on the my front seat. And I couldn't believe that it was there. And it said, I have been all things unholy. If God can work through me, he can work through anyone. And it was signed St. Francis of Assisi. This is a quote from St. Francis of Assisi. I mean, here's one of the people that we revere as a saint saying, I have been all things unholy. I mean, if a person who has been all things unholy can become a saint, anyone who has been an externally directed person can become an internally directed person. I have a quote. A lady sent this to me in the mail. She said, I think this will really be important and impactful for you. She said, after reading Gifts from Icus particularly, she said, and looking at your book, you'll see it when you believe it. She said, I know that this will be of value to you if you wonder why you're here. She was a Russian scholar, a scholar on Russian literature. It's really relevant to what I was saying. This is a rough draft of Leo Tolstoy's will. It was composed on March the 27th in 1885. And here's what he said in his rough draft of his will, Leo Tolstoy, the great novelist, who became very spiritual toward the end of his life. He said, furthermore, and in particular, I ask all people near and far not to praise me. I know they will do so because they have done so in my lifetime in the most unseemly ways. But if they want to study my writings, let them look carefully at those passages in them in which I know the power of God spoke through me, and make use of them for their own lives. There have been times when I felt I was becoming the bearer of God's will. I have often been so impure, so full of personal passions, that the light of this truth has been obscured by my own darkness. But nevertheless, this truth has sometimes passed through me, and these have been the happiest moments of my life. God grant that these truths should not have been defiled in passing through me, and that people might feed on them, despite the superficial and impure form which I have given them. And this is from a man who wrote such great, great novels, and then toward the end of his life began to really believe that his work was reflecting of God's will, and he looked back on his earlier life and he's talking about, can people change? I see the same thing in myself. I mean, people listen to me, people revere the work that I have done. They too often treat me as some kind of guru, which I am not. I mean, I feel like St. Francis. I mean, I have been all things unholy. I've lived a life of experimentation and checking things out, and am not proud of every single detail of my life. And yet I feel in the stage that I'm in my life now, that very often, despite all of that, and people come to hear me in churches, and I speak in front of congregations of thousands of people all over the world. And I think, what am I doing in church? These walls are going to crumble. And yet I know that in many ways I'm speaking God's word, God's will. There's nobody out there that can catalog how people change. It isn't a formula. It isn't something that we can put down in paper. People change in moments. People change in instants. And some people change over a gradual period of a lifetime and so on. But a person who is externally directed and doesn't like it and realizes the potential victimization that's in that is, you're a victim of whatever anybody else or anything outside of you is controlling and how it is controlling you, then changing that is just like changing your mind. You just have new thoughts. You just take out the old thoughts and you put in the new. But the first thing you have to do is know that you'll only see it when you believe it. You start with the belief that I do not have to be directed by anything outside of myself, and that God is within me, and the infinite and divine power that makes me human and gives me sustenance as a human being is always there. So I have inner power, I have inner direction, and everything that every great human being has ever done, I can do as well. All things that any human being can do, I can do as well. I'm capable of that. Nothing human is alien to me. Once you get that, it's just a matter of just acting out on that. It always starts with the thoughts. It always starts with creating that picture in your mind of yourself as an inner-directed person, seeing yourself that way, getting a picture of yourself that way, and then acting out on that picture. The way it works is that first there's thought. You are the creator of thought. Therefore, you're the creator of your life. And out of your thought come your emotions, which are really your physical reactions to your thoughts, the manifestations of high blood pressure and sweating and heavy breathing and all of the stuff that comes into the physical body from thoughts. And then comes behavior, which comes from our thoughts and from our feelings. So the way that you really correct behavior is you correct the thoughts that support the behavior. I'm not a behaviorist. I'm not someone who believes that you just go out and recondition behavior like you can do with mice or rats in a cage, and then you'll have the people that you want. When I think about the behaviors that I have changed in my life, for example, my running for every day now for almost 15 years, the thing that sustains me is not that I've just trained myself to run every day. It's the thought of, do I want to be in shape? Do I want to keep my heart strong? Do I want to be a physically fit person? This kind of thing. And then I act out on that thought. Thoughts of going back to some earlier addictive behaviors, perhaps like smoking or drinking soda and things like that. The behavior has changed, but what changed it was the thought that I don't want to be the kind of person who does unhealthy things for myself any longer. So your best bet in changing behavior is to look at the thought system that supports the behavior that you are engaging in. And some of the best techniques that I have found that I use all the time, I mean, they may sound silly, but I have signs all over my office that remind me of what my life is about and what I'm about. I have a sign on my refrigerator that says healing in progress. Like my life is healing. And I remind myself of that whenever I might want to do something that might be unhealthy on my refrigerator. I have pictures of myself when I look the way I wanted to look, finishing a marathon. And I look at that and I remind myself of that. I have positive sayings on the mirrors and around the house and things that are framed, that are on the walls of my home, that are reminders to me that I read every day. One is that great spirits have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds, from Einstein, and a picture of him there. And I look at that. I remind myself of that. In my car, I put on tapes, positive tapes. I mean, it sounds like a plug, but it's what I do. And then they're not just mine. They're constant kind of affirmations of what kind of a person that I want to be, how I want to think for myself in my life. And I get used to that so that I've gotten off being a news junkie, where you just sit there and look at how terrible the world is and all the horrible events that have been cataloged for you today so that you can be depressed just before you go to bed at night and when you first wake up in the morning. And I've gotten off of that and rarely have that on anymore, rarely have the TV on for that kind of thing. I find myself reading on airplanes. I read books about the things that are really important to me, about spiritual development and so on, rather than just endlessly reading the news magazines and so on. And I find that the world events don't change too much, whether I read about them or not, and I still stay somewhat informed on them. But I want to keep myself in a positive frame of mind all the time. And the way that you change those behaviors is to be looking at the source of strength that you are, to look at the universe within you, the universe that is endless. A universe is infinite. It never begins and it never ends. That's what's within you. It never begins and it never ends. And that universe within you that is endless, that is eternal, is your mind. And your mind can decide whether or not you're going to behave in a certain way. And it can happen even if it's not happening for you now. Keep in mind that it can happen in a second. In an instant, even when you didn't know it was coming, the right person will come along and say the right thing. I can't tell you how many speeches I've been in when I've just said something like that in front of an audience, and people will come up to me a year later and say, that time you talked about walking away from the diet soda, or the time that you talked about quitting smoking, or the time that you talked about starting to run, I didn't even know that I was going to do that night that I came there. And since then, I have never had a cigarette, or I've been walking or running, or I've been exercising, or I got off the fat habit, or I got a new therapeutic program of some kind. In just an instant, somebody can come along and say just the right thing, and it can happen. And it might be the worst habit that you think you have, that you can't control, that you can't do something about. And in an instant of awakening, it will happen for you. If you have the readiness for it, the teacher will appear.
See, we're almost programmed in our lives not to enjoy now, not to be into the moment. Yeah, I used to have social workers who would send kids to me when I was working as a therapist and say, "Here's Johnny, fix him." I say, "What's wrong?" "Well, he can't postpone his gratification." I don't want to fix him. I want to learn from him. I do too much of that. It's like, how do you get your patience? Where do you go around looking at kids saying, are you having a good time?" No, I'm waiting. I'm going to wait till I'm 80. Then I'm going to have a, okay, you're all right. Are you having fun? Yeah, I'm having, let's go. We're going to fix you. We're going to teach you to postpone your gratification. Put it off for a future time. Now is it. And somehow we've got this notion that this is a dress rehearsal. We're just practicing. You're supposed to sacrifice. You're supposed to put it off. You're not supposed to enjoy your life. You're supposed to always be thinking about the future and what's going to happen. I don't even have any life insurance. None. I know a lot of you sell it, but I don't even have any. I figure when I die, I want it to be a real tragedy. I don't be looking for any celebration after I'm gone. No. I'd like to see a lot of real sympathy. Like you can do a cruel joke. I saw this on the plane yesterday. Writing out your will. I decided to write it this way. Get them all gathered around. You know what Einstein said, where there's a will, there's a relative. You get them all lined up around there and write it out. Being of sound, mindy-windy, I want to... Wouldn't that be a great joke to play on everybody? Mindy-windy? I like that. Now here's what I want to get across with this. If you are an idealizer, that is a planner, that is a goal setter, that is somebody who's thinking about the future all the time, that in itself becomes a way of life. And therefore, when you're always thinking about next week or next year or next month, in the next decade, or where I'm going to be in my 40s or where I'm going to be in my 50s, if you're always thinking that, then when you ever arrive at any place that you want to get at, that you set, you still don't arrive. You're always striving. You're always trying to get someplace else. You remember when you were in grade school? Remember before you went to school? all you could think about was getting to school. It's like, that's it. Or even when you're in your playpen, you're almost trained to think, well, when I get out of the playpen, I get the whole room. Boy, just get me out of this playpen. Then you get out of the playpen, you get the room, and you think, Jesus, I'd like to go into the next room. But they got one of those things across the hall there. So I got to get past that gate that they put there. But boy, when I can get into both rooms, and then maybe I can get into the cupboards and get the pans out, that'll be when I arrive. And then it's like, maybe I can go down into the yard. So the yard becomes the goal. And you get out of the yard and it's the block. And then you get out of the block and it's like going around the block. Woo, first time around the block. But, there's a street to cross. It's like, it's always next. You finally get into school. You're in elementary school. Elementary school. And all you can think about is getting out. You're programmed that way, to get the hell out of elementary school. So because elementary school, what I remember about elementary school is lines. I hated lines and permission. 5 years you pee whenever you feel like it. All of a sudden, now you got to ask permission. I don't want to ask permission to pee anymore. So it's like, let me out of here. And in lines, you're going to geography now and you stand in line. I mean, who the hell in the world goes to anything like this? And the lines don't move. You just stand there waiting. I guess if it moved, it would be a parade, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be a line. Anyway, all you can think about is junior high. You get to junior high and you get out of line. So you get to junior high and you find out that this ain't nothing. This is not the place to be. Junior high, because they don't treat us like adults at all. We have to take whatever courses they give us, and we have always being told to stop touching each other. Well, we like to touch each other in junior high. And sit up. Quiet. No talking. Boy, my teacher knew that word real well. No talking. I said, no talking. No talking. Everybody talked whenever she said that. But anyway, it was like, so I get out of junior high, that'll be it. When I get to high school, high school is going to be, that's it. Your life is now complete. You get to go to high school. Whew, finally. You get into high school and you realize you're just a little freshman. Nothing. Freshman. Even the word sounds yucky. Freshman? So you just bypass that. You say, well, all right, I'll put up with this because next year I'll be a senior underclassman. Euphemism for a sophomore. So you get, when I get in the 10th grade, then I can date. And then it's like nothing in the world counts except being an upperclassman. Except getting a driver's license. Because that's what life is all about when you're 14 and 15. It's getting a driver's license. I mean, that's all there is. I told my daughter, I said, maybe next summer we'll go to Finland, then we'll go from there, we'll go to Greece and go on the Greek islands, and then spend a nice time there. We'll learn all about this other culture. She said, that'd be great, Dad. But my birthday's August 1st, and I get my driver's license, and I know that roads means a lot to you, but, I want to drive. I want to be, she wants to leave Greece to come home and get her driver's license, because that's all there is, so she can drive around and go nowhere. But it gives you the freedom, you see, so she's thinking about that until you start thinking about dating. Wow, when I can date, boy, that's when my life will get complete. Or finally, it's like when I get out of this high school, Jesus, it'll be so great that I won't have to be told what to do. And finally, you work for that, and you work for it, and you get out of high school, and there's no bands. There's a little ceremony, and all of a sudden, there's no scholarship to life out there at all. You got to face it. You get out there, you say, well, maybe my life will start when I go to college. That'll be it. And you go through college, you think, nah, this is not it at all. It's just more of the same. Just studying. I just get to pick what classes I want, but it's the same old stuff. I get out of college. They tell me when you get married, that's when your life really begins. That's when it's great. So I'll get married. That's great. And then you find out that he makes funny noises that he never made before. Got pimples on his back. Can you imagine? It's just too much. So it's like, all right, marriage may not be it, but they tell me when you have your first kid, boy, when you have a child, that makes you kind of complete with the universe. So, all right, I'm not much now. All right? I'm not really a person yet. I'm sort of an apprentice person, okay? But when I have that child, then I'll be complete. And then you have a girl. Well, maybe I'll have a real child the next time. Only kidding, only kidding. So then you say, they tell me that life gets really going when you finally get that divorce. They say that the divorce is the thing that really makes your life go. So as soon as I get this out of my life over here, and this person who's dragged me down all the time, that'll do it. Or maybe the real problem is, how did I get here anyway? My great-great-grandparents landed here, and I'm still here. What the hell am I doing here? That's it. I'll go to Houston. By the time I get to Houston, then I'll be. And it's this endless kind of thing, and maybe when I get a new job, that'll be it. They tell me when you get the promotion, boy, that's the thing that really makes your life start. What I've heard really is that when you retire, as soon as you retire, that's when life really gets going. And then you retire, and you hear people retire talking about the good old days. They never had one in their whole life. Because they're always postponing it. There's always this aversion to now. And now, it's like everything you do in your life, you do in this moment. Jackson Browne has a song, and in one of the lines of his songs, he said, no matter where I go, I can't help thinking I'm just a day away from where I want to be. Just a day away from where I want to be. There aren't many people who understand that that Carly Simon said, these are the good old days. These are the good old days. And getting into them and enjoying them and being able to be there. A person who's always goal setting, always thinking about the future, always consumed with what it's going to be like then, when they get to this point, they just simply set another one. And they're always a world of strivers, never arriving. They're doomed to eternal frustration rather than an appreciation of anything. You see, everything you do in this moment, everything you do in this moment, you feel guilty. Why would you feel guilty in a moment? Because you can use up this moment. The guilt can only take place now, like everything. So you use up this moment thinking about things that have already happened in the past, over which you have absolutely no control, and that's how you use up this moment. Guilt doesn't, you'll hear psychiatrists talking about, it's living in the past. It's not living in the past. No one can live in the past. You can only live now, using up now by reminiscing about the past, or feeling bad about the past, or worry. People say, I worry because I live in the future. You're not living in the future. You're just taking up this moment, being consumed with something that's going to happen in the future, over which you have no control. And it's such a sensible thing to do, is to get rid of that.
Guilt is a powerful emotion. You would think that, I wrote Erroneous Zones many, many years ago, and I think that by now there wouldn't be any guilt left, because I thought I had said the last word on guilt that had to be said. And yet I see the world filled with people who are loaded down with their own guilt. It's easier to get rid of guilt when you get a grander view, when you get a bigger picture, when you become more enlightened or more spiritually conscious or more aware of your magnificent potential. See, guilt is like it all takes place in the present moment, as does everything. It is a way of using up the present moment to be consumed with something that has already happened, over which you have no control, because obviously you can't control what has already happened. And to me, the reason that people use guilt is not because they're guilty, or they're even feeling guilty. It's because they want to use up their present moments in this way, rather than in another way. And another way would be to take action, to correct it, to learn from it, to move on, and vow not to behave that way in the future, and so on. But the guilty person doesn't do that. The guilty person cannot learn from their mistakes. Learning from your mistakes is simply learning from your mistakes. Guilt is saying that I'm going to use up my present moment to be immobilized or be depressed or be full of despair over what has happened. But when you get a grander, more spiritual view of life, you realize that everything that you did or everything that happened for a reason, that there are no accidents, and that all of those things that you did at one particular time toward somebody else that you feel guilty for now had a lesson in them. And so you look for the lesson. And in the process of doing that, you grow and learn not to do that anymore. I mean, that's what being human is about. When you have 7 children and 5 of them are under the age of 8, and you're around them a lot, you will raise your voice, you will say things occasionally that you don't mean. You might say something to one of your children who are very sensitive when they've done something that you think of as very stupid, and you'll say something to them like maybe you'll call them stupid, or you'll lash out in anger or whatever. These kinds of things just go on, and anybody who's parents of a large family know exactly what I'm talking about. And yet you don't want to behave that way. You don't want to be lashing out at your kids. You don't want to be striking them, certainly. You don't want to be saying things to them that you don't mean, and so on. There are options, for me at least, there are options always. And I do that occasionally, much less occasionally than I did years ago, but it happens. And I'll lose it for a second, and in a moment of frustration say something that I don't mean. Now, I have a couple of choices when this happens. One of them is to feel really guilty and feel awful and fill myself with despair and flagellate myself, all right, in many different ways. And that will do nothing except keep me immobilized in the present moment and so on. And the other thing that I do, instead of the guilt, is I say to myself, this is just an indication of where you are not. You would like to think of yourself as like this spiritually aware person who is above this sort of thing, that is getting frustrated over the behavior of a 3-year-old. And you like to think of yourself as someone who, but every once in a while you slip. It's like there's a learning thing in this for you. What it is that you're not there yet all the way. You're there maybe 90% of the way, but you're still not there. And it's a reminder of where I am. So guilt is no longer possible. It's like, this is almost an instantaneous learning device. And now what do I do with it? What I do with it, as soon as I have this awareness, because when you have the awareness and you know that you behave this way for some reason, and the reason is so that you can become even more enlightened and more aware of yourself and your limitations, is I can go and put my arms around the child that I just said something really nasty to and say, I know that accidents happen and Daddy didn't mean to yell and I love you, and I can use the very experience that would have created a sense of guilt and, why did I say this to one of my children, and to bring me closer to that child, And perhaps that was the reason that I did it, whatever. That option is available to every single one of us all day long in every single thing that we do. The option of, one, choosing to remain immobilized in the present moment, use up the present moment feeling guilty so that I can't do anything about it. If I'm feeling guilty, what else can I do? Or two, to say, this is an indication of where I am or where I am not. All right? And three, what can I now do to make sure that I use this in a positive way? And what happens for me is that as I use that way of relating to what could potentially be a guilt-ridden situation, is I find myself less and less getting consumed with. I'm more in charge of myself in the moments when I would have been frustrated earlier, so that those moments are less and less and less and less occurring in my life. How do you feel about your parents? How do you feel about the way you treated them, or the way that they treated you, or are you guilty about something that you said toward them, and so on? And after a while, you get to a point you realize that your parents did exactly what they knew how to do, given the conditions of your life, and so did you. So that all the things that you said or all the things that you did were just part of what you were here for and what you had to learn. And you grasp that instantly. You don't get filled with guilt. A friend of mine died recently, just a few weeks ago. He was a young man. He was 49 or 50 years old, and he died of cancer. And I knew him not real well, but well enough, and had a few dinners with him and played some tennis with him earlier in his life and so on. And I knew his wife, and he'd left a little boy and so on. And when he died, I didn't go to the funeral. And I didn't call his wife. And I had my own reasons for reacting to it that way, because I meditated with Larry after he was gone. While he was in the dying stages of his cancer, I took him over tapes, and I did a lot of things with him and for him and so on that I thought would be very helpful. Some of the tapes produced right here at Nightingale Conant I gave him. Some of the books, some of Raymond Moody's works and Norman Cousins' works and things like this. And it was very, very positive, always very, very positive with Larry. And he died sort of suddenly. And my way of dealing with his death was through my own meditation and so on. And there was a time when my not going there and participating in all the funereal things that we do in our culture, which I think create a lot more sadness and a lot more difficulty because of our melodrama about death. See, I don't think of death as a punishment. I think of it as a reward. I think of it as a very natural unfolding and a door opening, not a door closing. So many of the practices that are around death in our society are loaded with guilt for people. I didn't choose it that way. I mean, it's like it was just not the way that I was going to react to this beautiful man's death. To me, it was a door that he went through that we're all going to go through, and not any tragedy at all. And that was my way of dealing with it. Earlier time in my life, not going to the funeral of someone who died that I knew would perhaps have loaded me up with guilt and so on. My reaction to Larry's death and to what it means and what a beautiful soul he was to do that privately and very peacefully in my own way, and to honor people in their form while they're in their form, while they're alive, and to be good to them. And that's exactly how I did, and I feel very strongly about it. I felt very good about it. I think that all of us have the possibility to make... See, I don't believe there's such a thing as failing in life, as many of my writings testify. I believe that everything we do produces a result. And the results that we produce in our life, the key to whether or not we're fully functioning or enlightened as people is not whether or not we fail, but in fact, what do we do with the results that we produce? And so if you go out and try to hit a baseball, and you strike out, say, 3, 4, 5 times in a row, you haven't really failed, you've just produced a result. And like, what are you doing with the results that you produce? Are you just saying, oh, I can't do this, I'm no good at this? Or do you say, I'll just stay in there and swing until I make contact with the ball? And the same thing is true of the way that we talk to other people or the things that we may do to other people that may allow us to choose guilt as a reaction. You have to understand that you didn't fail if you said something nasty to somebody, that you produced a result. And the result that you produced is perhaps you recognized something in yourself that you didn't like. Perhaps you realized that that other person was hurt over what you said. These are the results of my action. I didn't fail. I produced these results. So the question is, what do I do with the results that I've produced? And if you ask yourself that question, instead of saying, why am I such a lousy person? Why am I so terrible? Why am I so cruel? And so on. Say, what results did I produce? Then you can learn from those and correct them. And so you can say, all right, these are the results that I produced, and therefore I will take the following action, and I'll work at not behaving that way in the future, which is great. All right, so that's really terrific. And 2, I will go to that person and put my arms around them, or send them some flowers, or send them a card that says I didn't really mean it, or I lost control, or whatever. And I will be doing something in terms of producing a new result in my life. Or the other result that it might have produced is guilt. And if you do that, then you are just going to be immobilized about it, and you're going to feel depressed about it, and you're going to feel awful about it, and that's going to be your experience of it. And very likely, when that passes, you will do it again and again and again, because you're not doing something with the results that you produce. It's like anything in life that anybody is good at. The way that you get good at it is not by labeling yourself as a guilty person or as a failure, but by saying, these are the results that I've produced, and this is what I'm going to do with those results that I've produced. And I try to do that with my children all the time when they do something that's inappropriate, when they say the things that kids say all the time, I hate you, and this and that. You hear this kind of stuff and striking out and all of that. It's not to make them feel guilty about what they've said or how they've behaved or that they swung at their sister or whatever, but these are the results that you've produced. What do you want to do with these results? Is this the kind of person that you want to be? Is this the kind of results that you want to see in your sister or whatever? And what can you do to correct it? And before long, guilt isn't the response. This is not to say that feeling bad about something that you've done is inappropriate. Feeling guilty is different than feeling bad about something that you've done. If you've done something and you feel badly about it, then you can correct it because you've produced a result. And if you feel guilty, you are, by definition, then immobilized. And that guilt just keeps you from doing something with the results that you've produced.
This is the the end of Side 8. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up Side 7 for your next listening.
People ask me, how do you get rid of these erroneous zones that you're right about? Well, it isn't really very complicated. It's really quite simple. You just do it. That's all. You just do it. If feeling guilty doesn't do anything to correct what you're feeling guilty about, stop doing that. Yeah, but how do I just stop doing that? Don't do that anymore. Who puts those thoughts? Well, I don't put them there. How do they get there? I don't know. They just kind of pop in. What I call the pop-in theory of thinking. You're just walking along and all of a sudden, wow, what was that? Well, now you thought just popped in. I don't know how that happened. And suddenly everything was happy, and now I'm thinking really unhappy things. And now I got to wait for them to pop out. The little poppin' fresh doughboy is there. Just pops in and pops out. If you believe that someone else controls your thoughts, or that you can't control them, then what I want you to do is find out who's putting those thoughts there, and then send them to me. And I will treat them, and you will get better. Right? Obviously, if I can just get them all to stop doing that. Isn't that the logic? Wouldn't that be the logic? But it doesn't work that way. Or you say, it's happened. It's over. I've resolved it. I'm on my way there now. Let's get over there. I want to be there in the right frame of mind. I don't want to be mad. Let's push it out. Let's push it out. Okay? I don't want it there. A lot of therapists will tell you, well, that's unhealthy. You're not really dealing with it. I don't think you have to deal with things all the time in order to prove that you're healthy. You know, the healthy person is walking along and there's a great big pile of cow manure. Now, there are some people who say, hey, I can deal with that. Look at there. Hey, I can handle this. To me, that's pretty crazy. Smell bad, and it's not fun. A healthy person says, ooh, I don't want any of that. Walks around it and says, I don't have to deal with that. I just walk around it and leaves it there. You've got to walk around a lot of stuff in your life, including your own dumb thinking when it doesn't serve you, when it doesn't work for you. And how do you do it? I don't know. You just do it. Don't think like that anymore. You know, because guilt is just a thinking process. A woman arrives in my office years ago, and she's got a problem. She's been in analysis for 18 years. 18 years with a shrink, which is an interesting word all by itself. I'd never called myself a shrink. That's people working with the wrong ends. We shrink hemorrhoids, to me. If I was like a proctologist, we're going to be I'll call myself a shrink. I want to think of myself as a stretch, okay? I want to be able to grow, not to be shrinking. What do? I got him smaller this week, Margaret. That's great. Yeah, he can hardly see himself anymore. He's so neurotic. Shrunk him real good. So anyway, this lady had come to me. She'd been in analysis 18 years, chewing her fingernails. 18 years! All right? I mean, 18, can you imagine? She had been in classic psychoanalytic analysis, in which you learn that really nothing is your fault. Everything has to do with psychosexual developmental stages. Her psychiatrist had convinced her that her nail biting, among her other many neurotic things, had nothing to do with her. This is a lady, I'm telling you, this is a true story, a lady who had wore gloves everywhere she went. I mean, she was like bloody like fingers. And I said to her, why would you come to me? I mean, I believe like so opposite of everything. She said, my sister came to you about 2 years ago, and in 4 weeks, you got her straightened out. I said, I don't know if I can talk to you for 4 weeks. I'm already bored with your fingernail. I said, well, what did your therapist tell you about this? She told me, well, I'm fixated and I've got an unresolved Electra complex. Feelings towards my father and my mother. Got to get them all resolved. And it's a manifestation of some subliminal envy. And symbolically, these really aren't my fingers I'm chewing on at all. They're, my goodness! This is a dirty story. She's chewing her nails. All of a sudden, I said, all right, I'll see you 3 times, and then you'll be cured. She said, what? I said, 3 times. I said, but what you have to do, You can talk about it all you want to next week. Between now and next Wednesday, I'll see you again. You can talk about it, you can analyze it. Only thing you can't do one thing. What? You have to keep your fingers out of your mouth. She was going like this, and she started getting very nervous. As soon as she got nervous, of course, you have oral fixations and electrocomplexes. Your hands go in your mouth. You know that. So right away I said, get your fingers out of your mouth. And I slapped her, and she said, nobody ever explained it to me quite like that before. I said, well, the fact is that no matter how you analyze the problem, how much you think about it, if you're going to quit biting your fingernails, you've got to keep your fingers out of your mouth. There's no other way. There is no other way. Honest. You try forever. You get it all analyzed and everything. You do everything right. But if you put your fingers in your mouth, you still are a nail biter.
The story of the nail biter is one of my very favorites because it always reminds me how inclined we are to believe that things are complex and difficult. You see, if you have in your mind the idea that something is going to be very difficult, and then you have the choice between doing difficult things or easy things, you're always going to opt for the easy things. It's just sort of the way human beings work. So if, for example, you want to lose weight, and you've got yourself convinced how difficult this is going to be and how painful it's going to be and what a struggle it's going to be, and I just don't think I can do it, and I don't know how anybody could ever have to suffer the way I'm going to have to suffer, and you'll be on your weight loss program about an hour and a half. And then along will come a chocolate bar, and you'll say to yourself, now, which is it easier to do? Is it easier to just eat that chocolate bar or to stay on this stupid diet anyway that I'm just going to go off of in another few hours anyway? And so you'll opt for the easy things. Right? So it's like what you want to learn to do is to make what it is that you want to accomplish really quite easy, really quite simple. And it really is quite simple to change virtually anything in your life. I mean, even the worst heroin addict in the world who has finally gotten off of it ultimately had to do it with his own mind. No matter how much help he had, or how many programs, or how much hypnotism, or whatever it may be, they ultimately still had to opt not to do that any longer. Even if the choice was taken away from them, they had to process it and get off of it themselves. And so whatever it is that you're trying to change, you ultimately still have only yourself to account to. And if you set yourself up to believe that something's going to be very complex and very difficult, I'm working on writing a new book now. If I were to tell myself right now, and I know what's involved in writing a book because I've written a dozen of them, and I know how much time and effort and all, if I were to start out writing a book with that and saying, oh, here's the first page, and I've got to fill 500 more of these, and then I've got to have it edited, and then I've got to go through it, and then I've got to go back through it again, and then I've got to go through the galleys, and it really is a major, major undertaking. You don't do that. I just say to myself, I can write this, and this is going to be fantastic, and I enjoy doing it, and I'll do it one step at a time, one moment at a time, one day at a time. You don't write a whole book in a year. You write it a day at a time. So this is Thursday, and I'll do what you do on Thursday, and so on. And you make it, in your mind, really something that's quite simple. The conclusion of that story is very true. If you want to quit biting your fingers, there's only one way to do it. You've got to keep your fingers out of your mouth. And the question is it easy or difficult to keep your fingers out of your mouth? It's really quite simple to keep your fingers out of your mouth. Anyone can do it. I mean, even someone who's been doing it all of their life can really do it if you take your finger and keep it out of your mouth and look and say, now, is this hard to do? The answer, of course, is no, it's not hard to do. If I start telling myself all kinds of additional things that go with that, and that I've always been an oral person and I can't get past that, then before long you'll have your fingers back in your mouth again. Make things easy. Simplify. Don't make it some complex thing that involves a therapist and involves having to have all kinds of people change your behavior for you. You can change anything about yourself if you make up your mind that's what you want to do. And if you believe that it's going to be difficult, it will be. Whether you believe it's difficult or easy, either way you'll be right.
And you know something? The answers to almost everything are that simple. I get accused all the time of being simplistic, of taking complicated things and making them very simple. But there's a lot of people who want to make things complicated, like attorneys. They don't want simple solutions. They don't want contracts that you can read and understand. They want it written in gibberish so that you can't figure it out. They don't want solutions. They want lawsuits. How are you going to make a living if you get solutions? Somebody comes in and says, we want to get a divorce. Oh, work it out. Work it out? The hell are you talking about work it out? Well, maybe you can work it out together or whatever, or we'll just do this very quickly. No, we don't want that. We want complications. We want to have lawsuits. Surgeons want surgery. They don't want anybody thinking any other way like that, most of the time. Now, if you're wanting to do certain things in your life, three of the things that people find difficult: quitting smoking. I got the secret. Honest. You can call yourself an oral person. You can go to the clinic. You can put holes in your cigarettes and gradually have a hernia before you get one puff of... You can do that if you want to. But when you quit smoking, the only way you'll ever quit smoking is to stop putting cigarettes in your mouth one day at a time. There's no other way. There is no other way. People say to me, what's the secret? I say, I got it. I know the secret. What's the secret? Don't put any more cigarettes in your mouth. Today. Just today. Just do it. How am I going to do that? What if the urge comes? There's no urge. There is no urge out there. There's no urge. That's just you telling yourself, this is too hard. I don't want to do that. Stop doing that. Or even tell yourself, this is the hardest thing I ever did. Or tell yourself, it's the easiest thing I ever... I don't care what you tell yourself. The only thing you can't do, put a cigarette in your mouth. Can't do that. And you will be an ex-smoker, just like that. That's how it works. That's the only way it works. You want to lose weight? You can talk forever. You can go to the clinics. You can get wrapped towels around you. You can have Richard Simmons up there dancing around and telling you how wonderful you are. You can do everything you want to. But if you're going to lose weight, you got to do two things. That's it. You got to exercise more and stop living a flabby lifestyle, number one. And number two, you got to stop eating so much. That's all. That's all. And then you lose weight. It's amazing. Every diet in the world only works if you eat less and exercise more. I go back to my family reunion, okay? Now, I want to tell you, I believe in one of these things, and that is that I believe in being healthy. And I really work at that every day of my life. I run every day. I haven't missed a day of running 10 miles or more every day since 1977, October 7th. And run marathons and do swimming and play tennis and keep myself active, walk almost everywhere I go, hardly ever drive, because I believe that if you don't take time for being healthy, then you got to take time to be sick. And I don't have any time for being sick. So I take time to be healthy, and I love it. I really do. But I go back to a reunion of my family, and they look at me, and I'm the only one that gets out there every day. I don't care what the weather's like. If it's 80 below, I'm still going to figure out a way to do those 10 miles. Okay? And I look at, and everybody says to me, Wayne, you are the lucky one in your family. I said, why? Wait, you didn't get, are you ready? You didn't get those big bones like the rest of us. Big bones made me fat. Like Big Bones is this mysterious creature who goes around the United States going, zap, ah, you got big bones, you're going to be fat. What happened to you? Big bones. Yeah, big bones didn't get me. And they're telling me I'm thin because I don't have big bones. Well, it's an interesting kind of notion, isn't it? If you're a blamer, you can always find a reason why you can be unhappy or depressed or down. And if you're a blamer, then you can blame anything. I mean, hell, the stock market can make you depressed. Yeah. If you're looking for something, there's a lot of things out there to make you unhappy. And Mama and God, boy, they take a horrible rap everywhere. Here's what I feel about Mama. Your mother, your parents, did what they knew how to do. How can you ask any more of anybody? It's like, it's so simple that the answer is almost escapes people. You do it. How do you change neurotic thinking? How do you change any thinking? You don't think those thoughts anymore. How does it work? I'll show you. I don't know how it works. I really don't know how to change thinking. I just know how to do it. I don't know how to explain it. I just know how to do it. For 1 second. Just for 1 minute. Bear with me. Imagine for a minute a German Shepherd. Normal, regular-looking German Shepherd, brown and black. who is laying at the side of the road. All right? Looks like he's been hit by a car. All right? It's an unpleasant thought. Maybe a little blood that's coming out of his mouth. Just for a second, just imagine. Is there anybody in the room who can't do that? No, there's nobody. Now, let's get rid of that. Push that out, and let's change that by, let's see if you can imagine a green vase, a long, thin green vase, with a dozen red roses in it, kind of with a little bit of that green stuff around them sticking out here. Anybody who can't do that? Okay, for $10,000. How did you do that? How do you do that? Nobody here can tell me how you do that. We don't know what chemical changes are going on inside the various lobes of our brain to do that. We don't know that. We know there's some kinds of enzyme changes in processes that take place within the brain and the autonomic nervous system, but we don't know what they are, and even if we did, we wouldn't want to be bothered with them. But you do it. How do you change a thought that is disturbing? You do it. You tell yourself different things than you've conditioned yourself to tell yourself. You practice new, more self-enhancing, more positive ways of looking at the world. You don't have to be depressed about anything. There's no need to think those kinds, and it isn't only normal. I don't believe it's only normal. I think it's only neurotic. The logic of common sense. Just common sense. And that's really what I'm talking about here. Common sense. Here's how it works. It's so logical that it almost defies description. Now, it works like this. We studied logic when I was in college. In philosophy course, we studied logic. We studied syllogistic logic. You take a major premise, and then you take a minor premise, and then you have a conclusion based upon the agreement of the major and the minor premise. And I decided that logic was the way to reach people. Most of the things in life are pretty much boiled down to that, and that's why that syllogism, I can control my thoughts. You have to believe that. If you don't believe that, then you're really in more trouble than you think you are, as long as you don't accept that major premise. Now, minor premise. My feelings come from my thoughts. Did you know that? You cannot have an emotion without a thought preceding it. It's impossible. You perceive things in the world, and then you evaluate. This all happens instantaneously. You evaluate them, and you have an emotional reaction. That's true. Now, the way it works, just for the evidence, is your emotions. People, for example, who can't perceive don't have emotions. People in comas just lay there. They don't have any emotional reaction at all. Let's say that something terrible in the world happens, that somebody close to you dies, and you say, well, that made me depressed. Supposing somebody close to you died and you didn't know it. You just didn't know it. It happened 2 weeks ago, and you haven't been notified yet. Would you be depressed? Would you be grief-stricken? Would you be mourning? Would you be feeling bad? No. It's only when you find out about it. The event already happened. The event didn't make you unhappy. It's what you do with it. What do you do with it? Oh, that shouldn't have happened. It's too young. It's too old. It's too early. It wasn't her time. It wasn't whatever. We start telling her, oh, I'm going to miss him, or I'm going to miss her. Oh, that's terrible. I don't know what I'm going to do with her. We start doing these things to ourselves. Our feelings come from our thoughts. I'm not up here making the case for not being an emotional person, not having feelings. I'm just simply stating two facts. Major premise, I can control my thoughts. Minor premise, my feelings come from my thoughts. Conclusion. What's the conclusion? What's the inescapable, logical conclusion? I can control my feelings. Right? You can control your feelings by learning to change only one thing, the way that you think. Did you know that? That's it. I can control my thoughts. My feelings come from my thoughts. Therefore, you can control your feelings. Now, what feelings do you have that you don't like? What are they? Which are the ones? And that's what I wrote about. Simply. I wrote about guilt. I wrote about anger, about worry, about fear, about self-rejection, about approval seeking, about living in the past, all fear of the unknown. These are all things that are emotional reactions to thought. Guilt doesn't happen. And what I'm saying to you is that these emotions, when they are self-defeating, are things to get rid of. Great people, self-actualized people, whatever you want to call them, are human beings who, in the face of circumstances that drive others to madness, have a kind of calmness and serenity inside of them. They're in charge of how they reacted. They're not calculating. They're not cold. They're not emotionless people. They just simply know how not to make neurotic assessments of the world and what's in it, and instead react emotionally by practicing the same way you react or anybody reacts neurotically. By practicing being neurotic, they practice something different. They practice having healthy reactions. So somebody comes along and cuts you off on the freeway. The neurotic lets that bother them for days, hours, minutes, whatever it is, and gets themselves all upset about it. The fully functioning person sends it away, says, I'm not going to let that person control me today. This is my day. It could be the only day of my life. I won't have it. Somebody breaks up in a relationship. They're going with somebody they love, blah, 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 and it doesn't work out anymore. So the neurotic sits there and stews about it and says, this shouldn't have happened. How could that have happened? What could I have done different? Oh, no, I don't understand that. The fully functioning person says, this is what has happened, and I'm not going to choose these reactions. I'm just not going to choose to be immobilized and depressed. I'm not going to pretend I like it. I'm just not going to allow myself to be immobilized by it. I won't. I'll get through this next 5 minutes. I'll get through the next 5 minutes. I'll get through the next, and that's how I'll handle it. And before long, it's not something that is self-defeating.
Another one of those secrets of the universe is that highly functioning people look for solutions. Never for problems. Always for solutions. I don't want to hear problems. How terrible it is. Isn't this awful? I want to hear, okay, these are the conditions. Let's see what can be done to make it work better. Solution-oriented people. Even when my daughter was down just recently in Florida, and my nephews were down with me, and one of them would sleep on a mattress. And then at the end of the day, I said, Tom, you've got to do something with that mattress. He said, well, hell, the best place is to throw it in Tracy's room. Worked for him, and he threw it in there Monday, threw it in there Tuesday, threw it in there Wednesday. Finally, my daughter had reached her level of tolerance and came out and wanted to talk about it. But she wanted to talk about why he had done that. And I said, honey, look for a solution. Don't look for a problem. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are over. And you taught him. You taught him to throw it there by the fact that you put up with it. I said, what is it you want to say? She said, keep your mattress out of my room. He said, fine. You threw it in my room. And I threw him out. But it's like, that's the solution. It's over. We don't have to have a long discussion about it.
You see, to me, the greatest priority in life is the ability to enjoy it. Just to enjoy it. To be able to go through your life and enjoy your life. And people who know how to do that, how to take each day that they're alive and go through it and enjoy it, those human beings are never a burden to anybody else. And that is the least selfish thing that you can be in your life. You take people who know how to enjoy living, who know how to take any circumstance in their life and turn it into something positive. You take people who are never down and never a burden to anybody else, and you've got a human being who knows how to enjoy life. And when you get a person like that, you never find them abusing others or trying to sacrifice their life for other people or worrying what everybody else thinks about them or anything like that. It's a very important concept to get into your head,
that when you get yourself to the point where you can take each day that you're alive and enjoy it, that you will never be anybody else's burden. You're never going to be anybody else's trouble. You won't even know how to be anybody else's trouble or burden. And then, when you are that shining light, when you are enjoying your life in those ways, what you do, even without even trying, is you're doing something unselfish. You're helping other people by setting your own example of what it means to be a fully functioning person, or whatever you want to call them. That living by example. Did you ever notice how hard it is to argue with somebody who isn't neurotic? Ever notice that? Somebody who just doesn't want to be dragged down, somebody who doesn't want to be unhappy, somebody who doesn't want to be mad at the... You ever notice how hard it is to get them into an argument? Yeah, sure, okay, yeah, you got a very good point. Wait there. I'll be back in a week. They're motivated by their needs for truth, for beauty, for morality, for individuality. And these are very important concepts to them. They are more responsive to beauty and understand it as a need. And you don't meet many of them like that. And you can meet them in a Dairy Queen. You can meet them in a cab. You can meet them in a grocery store. They don't have to be philosophers. They don't have to be anybody who's achieved anything particularly special. But when you've been around them, you know it. I know it. I run into them because I look for them. And I interview them and I talk about them. Beverly Sills is one of these people, in my opinion. I've met her, talked with her, been on her show a couple times in New York. She wears a bracelet, and a charm bracelet, and on it she has the initials IDTA printed out. And I was talking with her, and I said, what does that stand for? She was going from being one of the great opera singers in the world to a new career. She was trying something else. She was going to be an administrator. She was going to take over the New York Metropolitan Opera. And they asked her, how could you do that? You're one of the greatest singers ever. You're at the peak of your career. Singing is like you're the best at it. And she said, she looked at the charm and she said, I did that already. Almost as if that was enough of a reason for her. She didn't have to prove it anymore. It's like doing something that you've done over and over again becomes drill. And drill is no way, in any way, shape, or form, a part of what No Limit people are like. They're unafraid people. They're people who are animal-like and have a great deal of love for everything that's alive. They have a fascination in the present moment. The now is what is for them. They're not obsessed with where they used to be and where they're going to be. So worry and guilt are not a part of their lives. How can I live more fully? Those are some of the qualities, how to achieve these qualities in yourself. And the answer, of course, is that you do it. And I've been putting down these notions, these secrets. I want to share them with you. One of them that's so important was written by Voltaire. It was written in his wonderful book, Candide, where Candide left and traveled all around the world, went everywhere, and saw every kind of evil that you can conceivably come up against. People who were murderers and killers and rapists, and traveled everywhere. And the last line in Candide, if you haven't read it, take a look at it. He says, I guess we'll have to learn to cultivate our own garden. I don't know. To me, that is like one of the most profound things ever written. And I think of it as a secret because hardly anybody can do it. You must learn to cultivate your own garden. You got to keep your nose out of everybody else's garden. If they want to grow rutabagas in it, that's really none of your business. If they want to use a different kind of fertilizer than you do, if they want to have weeds in it, as long as yours is the way you want it to be.
The ability to cultivate your own garden. What a powerful notion that is. Written about so beautifully by Voltaire. Candide. The preoccupation with being in other people's garden, and tilling their soil, and looking at what they're creating, keeps us off of our purpose, keeps us off of fulfilling our human destiny and what we're here for, what we're about. Enjoying life and helping others to do that. As long as you're focused on what other people are doing, or should or shouldn't be doing, you're allowing their conduct or their behavior or their activities to control your life. That borders on immorality to me, because you've got a free will, and you've got God with you at all times. To give that will over to someone else is like abdicating your very divinity, your very humanity. And when you abdicate that, you turn yourself into a lesser being. What your goal is to not allow other people's conduct or activities to be in charge of you, for you to be in charge of you and to know your purpose and to be fulfilling it. And if other people don't like the way that you are choosing to do that, then that just has to be in the way of things. That's just the way it is, and that's fine. If it can't be fine, then you have to stop and assess and look at yourself and say, why am I allowing other people's opinions or behavior or conduct to interfere with my own fulfillment or my own happiness? And know that that's what you're doing at the time that you're finding yourself upset with other people's poking their nose into your garden. And then you find yourself not poking your nose into their garden as well, because when you're on purpose, when you are living your life and conducting yourself in terms of loving and giving and sharing, then you're not on outcome. You're not at all concerned about whether this person likes that or not. I have found that one of the major changes for me in the past 5 or 6 years has been my almost indifference to what people think of what I'm doing. I find that I write now, when I write, on purpose, not on outcome. There was a time, I think, when I was more on outcome, on what's it going to look like, how's it going to sell, how's it going to do, and so on. And now I'm not on that at all. And it's interesting that as I get off of those outer concerns in my writing, that my writing really picks up and really improves and flows much better. I find that when I go before an audience and speak, that since I've let go of my notes and not concerned myself with outcome and with whether I'm going to be liked and how well I'm going to be received and all of that, I can be much more authentic when I'm on stage, when I'm talking, and which consequently results in my performance being, I think, much better than it was. And it isn't that I'm a better performer, it's that I'm on purpose. And I'm not concerning myself with all of the worrisome things that you can never get an answer to. That is, how is everybody going to like me, and how am I being received, and all of that sort of thing. So, more and more in my life, it isn't that I've made a decision, all right, now that I'm enlightened, I no longer am going to be concerned about what other people think of me. It's that it just simply doesn't occur to me any longer to be consumed with what other people think of what I'm doing. And the reverse of that, which is really nice, is that I'm not concerned about what other people are doing. I mean, I'm grateful that there are people out there who are doing a lot of the things that I would find just treacherous to do. I mean, emotionally treacherous, like being an accountant, for example, or working at a computer, or maybe being a chef, or driving a truck. Those are all things that I just couldn't imagine myself. If somebody said, you have to do it, I'm sure I could turn it into something positive for myself, but I'm so grateful that there are people out there who like to work at computer terminals and who like to work with figures. And so whenever I need a computer person, I'm always grateful. We're building a house right now, and we had to have a meeting with the architect just last week, and it was one of the most interesting meetings. I just kept sitting there. My wife said, when it was over, she said, you know, you were rude in that meeting. I said, what are you talking about? She said, you never said anything. You just sat there and looked at him and asked him questions all the time. And they had nothing to do with our house. I said, you take care of the house. I know that the house will be just whatever you want it to be. I just know it will be, because you're so good at that. You know? So that doesn't concern me at all. I was really only at the meeting because you asked me to be there. I said, but when I saw this guy who could reverse a swimming pool that was going to be built a certain way, and he could take it and he could turn it upside down and draw it on a piece of paper and then set it in over here, or he could take this room and say, no, aesthetically this isn't going to work, we're going to have this over there, and it all worked, and then he would program it in on his little computer and then push this button and it would all come out exactly. I said, I was just so fascinated that there are human beings that can do that, that I just wanted to know more. And then I said, could I go back and see that computer, how that works and how you print that out? And he took me on a whole tour of his office. Meantime, I didn't give them any answers to any of the questions they had about the house meeting. When you are cultivating your own garden and not concerned with others, you just look at other people's gardens and you say, wow, this is his whole life, and look at how good he is at this, and he can just shift this around, and he can do all of that. And my brain just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way any more than if and I told him that, I said, how would you like it if I gave you a microphone and 5,000 people and told you, go out there and talk to them for 3 hours? He said, I'd collapse. I said, or if I gave you 500 blank sheets of paper and I said, fill them and write a book. He said, I couldn't do it. I said, well, that's just exactly the way I feel about what you're doing, and yet I honor it. I mean, I celebrate it. To me, this is a genius that someone could do something like that, and that's the way to cultivate your own garden. If you're a person who feels that you can't do that, or that's difficult for you, or you have to have your hands in on every little detail, and then you fill the other people with resentment towards you, then that's the payoff that you're going to get. You're going to be continuously frustrated. You're going to find yourself an unhappy person. You're going to find yourself judging other people and using your standards. You're going to find yourself doing the big no-no. If you want to understand the magnificent universe within you, you have to understand that making other people wrong or making yourself right is a real low step on the enlightenment ladder. I mean, it's not even on the ladder. It's underneath the ground. You've got to allow other people to be who they are, and if you are that detailed person who is going to judge them for not doing it the way you would do it, then I would suggest you don't have other people in your garden with you, that you do it all yourself. But you'll find yourself off of purpose then.
I really think that there's no one way to do anything, and that there's no one right way to be who you are. So that if somebody says something to me, I try to process it differently. I try to process it in terms of how can I use that information, rather than how dare they say what they're saying. All right? Now, anybody who's going to criticize my books, I'm not interested in, because they're written. They're out there. I can't change them. I can't recall them. You know, there's 32 million of them out there. I say, okay, send them back. We'll fix them. They're done. It's done. It's over with. They're out there. They're there. You can't change what's out there. Now, my feeling about a critic is, if you don't like what I've written, fix it. Write your own. You know, you don't like chapter 7, and chapter 7 you should have said. I saw the greatest reaction to critic, and I've used it in many of the letters. I answer a lot of my critics with, I am sitting here in the smallest room in my house with your letter of criticism in front of me. Soon it will be behind me. And that's the way I feel about it. It really is. If I can grow from it, I say thank you. I appreciate it. If someone tells me, oh, when you're speaking, watch how you say this. But I always look at the source of it. If I'm Bjorn Borg, I'm not going to listen to very many people tell me how to hit a topspin forehand. Unless they can prove to me that they can do it better than I can, I don't want to hear from you. And that's pretty much the way I feel about a lot of my professional work. It stands on its own. If you don't like it, that's okay. But being my critic, I think there are critics in the world. I think there are doers in the world. And the number of critics in relationship to the number of doers is, well, there are 25 quarterbacks who play in the National Football League every Sunday. There are about 25,000 critics writing about them. That's about the ratio of critics to doers in the world. And I choose to be a doer. And I try very hard not to tell other people, including my own daughter, how she should be. I instead try to point to, this is where it's taking you. This is what your behavior is going to do for you. If you fail math class, these are the consequences of it. It doesn't mean you're a bad person, or I think you should do it this way, or I'm telling you have to study more. Saying you have to accept the consequences of your behavior. And that's it. And if you're willing to, then do it. If you don't like something about yourself, are you shy? Are you nervous? Are you a lousy cook? Are you not coordinated? I've heard a lot of people tell me that. I'm just not coordinated. It's what I call the C syndrome. They'll take a basketball, they'll go out, they never played in their life. They'll go out, they'll go like this. They'll miss. See? I told you I could never play this game, and that's it for the rest of their life. They don't do that. Forgetting something so crucial, failure is wonderful. You are looking at the king of failure. Right here. Yeah, I failed a lot in my life. Still do all the time. Babe Ruth struck out more than anybody in the history of baseball the year he hit 60 home runs. You want to hit home runs? You better be willing to strike out. A lot. You better be willing to fall down. A lot. But what do you do when you fall down? Do you say, see, I told you I was a failure? Or do you get up and say, well, that didn't work. Don't do that. I'm always reminded of Thomas Edison, who was working on inventing a storage battery, some way to store electricity. He knew kind of what it was and so on, but he just didn't know how to store it in any way. And he had tried 25,000 different combinations. He still didn't have a storage battery. And one of the reporters asked him, he was like 77 years old, and they said to him, Mr. Edison, how does it feel, someone as famous as you, to have failed 25,000 times? It must be awful. He said, failed? I don't even know what you're talking about, failure. He said, today, I know 25,000 ways not to make a battery. What do you know? Failure is only bad when you equate it with your self-worth. When you say, because I fail at something, that makes me a failure as a person. The healthiest place you can get to is the place where you're willing to try anything. Healthy people will try virtually anything. And they're not afraid. They don't live by their customs. They don't live by their traditions and the rules and everybody else's dictates. No, not at all. Someone who isn't afraid to fail because they know something very important. When I walked in here today, my self-worth was intact. It comes from myself. That's why it's called self-worth. Now, if you like me, that's nice. And if you applaud, and if you laugh, and if you enjoy, that's terrific. That's better than if you don't. Yeah, I like it a lot better. I love approval. I think it's the most wonderful thing in the world. The difference is, I don't need it. If I need it, that means when I don't get it, I collapse. That's what a need is, isn't it? A need, I'll tell you what I need. You take the oxygen out of this room. You know, I'm in trouble. I need oxygen real bad. All right? And I don't mind admitting it. But approval, no problem there. It's like in the 1972 election, Nixon versus McGovern. Do you know it was the greatest political landslide in the history of American politics? 1972. And do you know that in 1972, 45% of all the people in this country voted for McGovern? 45%. I mean, when you get half plus 5% of the people on your side, we call it a landslide. And do you know how many are out there looking for 100% all the time? It just isn't there. And what do you do when it isn't there? Do you say, see, I told you I'm no good, I have no value, or somebody else puts you down, or someone doesn't like what you say, and you make their opinion count more than your own self-worth. Self-worth comes from the self, and it comes from the belief about the self that I have integrity, that I am valuable, that I'm attractive, that I'm important. You don't have to go around saying it. You have a quiet kind of love affair with yourself. It's the only self you got.
We all are nervous sometimes, and we're shy sometimes, and we're afraid sometimes, and we don't take risks sometimes, and we're fearful, and we have to be careful, and those are all, that's what it means to be human. And we try to get as many people as we can on our side. So if we can get ourselves lumped with the majority, then we can feel greater. But every great innovative idea that ever happened started with a minority. Started with an individual thinking like that. Will Rogers said one time, if you find yourself on the side of the majority, you better reform. You know, if you're thinking just like everybody else thinks, what have you got to offer? What is it that this unique thing, this unique human being that has never existed before, will never exist again, has never existed in this day as it exists as you do in this day, just like every single day. Not only are you unique on this planet, but every day you're here, you're unique on this planet. Instead of that, we say, how can we get everybody to think like I do? Let's get into majority kind of thinking, you see. And that's like one of the first things to understand, that in order to be, Emerson said it, he talked about conformity. He said, to be a man, you must therefore by nature be a nonconformist. And yet we have difficulty with nonconforming people, with people who have different ideas, with people who want to try something different, people who don't accept that we always have to be the way we've always been. We have quite a bit of difficulty with that. Most human beings use about 1/100th of their potential within their brains that it's capable of using. And every time we see somebody who is able to do things that seem so phenomenal, instantly we say, well, that's a weird person, or that's a freak, they must be faking it, or whatever. When there are places in the world where people don't even think pain, they don't even have words. There are some cultures, particularly in Eastern philosophies, where pain itself is not even a part of their vocabulary. They don't even invent words for that because they train themselves not to think in ways that are going to be immobilizing and depressing and so on. And I would work on this when I was working with people early in my career. And one of the greatest things that you can learn in your life is the understanding that as you go through your life, even the people who love you the most are not going to approve of you half of the time. Somebody says, you're a nerd. Terrible thing. I mean, one of the things you have a choice. You say, oh my God, they know. They've discovered it already. And you act like a neurotic. You have that choice. You have other choices as well. The choice to ignore that. The choice to say that's somebody else's opinion. If somebody says to me, Wayne Dyer, I don't like your books. Well, I expect that when you say something in public, when you talk to a lot of people, when you write something, that there are going to be a lot of people who aren't going to like what you say. One of the highest levels, one of the highest places you can get to in your life is a place called being independent of the good opinion of other people. Not necessarily needing everyone to approve of you all of the time. And we ought to have a lot of people out there who understand that, so that when they go through their lives and they run into disapproval, that instead of becoming depressed about that you understand that that's a condition. That's what it means to be a human being. I'm saying don't become immobilized ever by what anybody else thinks of you. And when you do, understand that all you are doing is saying your opinion of me is more important than my own opinion of myself. Every time you're down. Every time you're down, that you are making other people's opinions of you more important. Now, a great misinterpretation there is that somehow this is a selfish philosophy. Believe me, there's nothing selfish in that. One of the simplest learnings that all children seem to understand, the very simple understanding that you can't give away what you don't have. You can't give away what you don't have, obviously. You can't give away $100 if you don't have it. You can't give away love for others if you don't have it for yourself. You can't give away success if you don't have it for yourself. You can't love another human being at all if you don't love yourself first and think of yourself as a worthy person. So that if you want to be a great altruist, a philanthropist, somebody who loves everybody in the world, then you've got to get your own house in order. And that's all I'm saying. Get your own house in order, your own self in order, so that you can become one of those people that have transcended, who have gone beyond simply worrying about how they're going to cope with their lives. It mystifies me sometimes. We all have this little child within us, and all little children know how to be happy. All little children know how to be self-actualized,
fully functioning, creatively alive. They know how to enjoy their lives. And then somehow they lose it, somewhere along the way. And as we get to be adults, we forget what we had. It's the whole theory of whether a glass is half full or half empty. I mean, it's always half full to me. Always half full. If you believe that it's half empty, it's the same thing as saying people are basically evil. And that's a basis for a big theory in psychology. That's what psychoanalytic theory is really basically all about, is that each one of us have an id somewhere within us, and that's an untamed monster. That's something that we have to watch out for, and it will capture us, and it'll destroy us, and it's that all of us have this evil creature residing within us. I can't buy that. I just can't buy that. I look at little children and the way they are, I don't see it. I refuse to think that, even though I know that there are people who behave in evil ways. I believe basically that within each one of us is a reservoir of love and beauty and appreciation and so on, and that we've often lost it in the name of trying to get ahead of the other guy or trying to be successful or whatever. People who know how to enjoy their lives are never a burden to anybody else. They just want to be left alone. Just quit bugging me. Don't always be looking over your shoulder. Don't be monitoring everything that I do. Stop telling me how to live. Stop telling me what to do. Stop trying to live your life through me. Highly functioning people know how to live their lives, and they're never a burden to anybody, except to those who would choose to use what I call erroneous zones originally, which is guilt. How dare you enjoy yourself when I have this hangnail? You just go right ahead and go out and have a good time. I'll just sit here by myself, all alone, or whatever. Or they'll get angry, which is another erroneous zone. Or they'll use fear, or they'll ply on your supposed devotion to them. Your role in life is not to enjoy your life and to make it better for somebody else, but to please me. And that doesn't necessarily mean to please me as much as it does to be manipulated by me, to be my victim. And then out of that kind of thinking, which was one of very basic common sense, grew pulling your own strings, which for me was a turning point in my life. And that turning point was, okay, so you learn how to cope. You learn how to manage your own emotions. You get yourself so that you're not putting yourself down, you're not feeling bad, you're not immobilized, you're not depressed, but you still have a lot of folks out there in the world who are always trying to tell you what to do. And there's a big bureaucracy out there called the United States government, and there's all kinds of clerks everywhere out there who are trying to tell us how to lead our lives. And we got family members all over the place who are trying to tell us what we should or shouldn't be. And how do you deal with those people? How do you handle a victimizer? Your husband isn't a bad guy because he behaves in a certain way. Your children aren't disrespectful and nasty children because they do this kind of thing. It's basically you have to look at yourself and say, what is it about me where my children find it so easy to be disrespectful to me? I wonder why my husband isn't disrespectful to anybody else, but I get that crap all the time. Why is it me? And instead of saying, well, that's the way he is and he doesn't understand me and poor me and maybe it's his biorhythms are off. He's a Libra and Libras are like that. They like to beat their wives or whatever it may be, whatever excuse that you can come up with for him. Instead, you look at yourself, to look at what it is that I have and to tell myself that I'm not going to allow myself to become someone who wishes that it were different. Learning those qualities and many others that I'll be talking about. The ability to choose to be a fully functioning person, in my estimation, and it's where I differ dramatically from almost all of my contemporaries in psychology and in philosophy, the one area which really separates me out, in my opinion, and I did a lot of research on this before writing The Sky's the Limit, is my innate belief that any human being can have it. Any human being can get it. And as I talked about my own evolution as a man, as a therapist, as a philosopher, as whatever you want to call me, I can see that in writing The Sky's the Limit, at one time, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, I believed that learning how to manage your emotions was a very high point to get to. In fact, maybe as high as one could expect. And so I wrote about that. Obviously, it took the people of the world, otherwise they wouldn't have bought it in the numbers that they did and written to me and so on. And then, like learning then how to handle the victimizers. But always in my head was this notion that there's a different place. Others have called it self-actualization. Others have called it inner-directed man or whatever. But it was always couched in kind of philosophical mumbo-jumbo, psychobabble. A lot of words that people didn't understand. That is, you cannot fit in, you cannot be just like everybody else and have anything to offer the world. If you're just like everybody else, just exactly what is it that you have to offer? And so it means teaching with your behavior over and over and over again, I refuse to allow myself to be what everybody else thinks that I ought to be, which is not a case for being antisocial or not liking your culture or any of that. It's just a case for understanding that if you're going to have the most important thing you can have, which is happiness and a sense of purpose in your life, if you're going to have a sense of purpose in your life, feel meaningful, feel that you're on a mission and that mission is working for you and that you're doing what you know is right despite the fact that everybody else thinks you shouldn't be, especially the people who are closest to you, especially the people who are in your own family and who love you, profess to love you the most, but it's a kind of love that it's different. That kind of love is not really love at all. It's a love that says, if you will edit yourself, then I will love you. If you will be what I think you should be, then I will love you. That isn't love. Unconditional love, you never want to alter anything that you love. Robert Frost taught us that. We love the things we love for what they are. Not for what they used to be, or what they ought to be, or what I would like them to be, but for what they are. And that's how I decided to define love for myself and to apply it in my life. That if you love me, it means don't expect me to edit myself, to alter myself in order to fit into some expectation that you have for me. That's not love. That's called slavery. And to me, there's no such thing as a well-adjusted slave. No such thing. As long as you are somebody else's slave, whether it's emotional or physical or anything else, you're not well-adjusted. You are just someone else's toy, someone that can manipulate you. The test of love is whether or not you can love someone when you don't agree, when they do things that you don't like, when they behave in a way that you wouldn't behave, when you stop judging people the way you are and seeing the world the way you are and instead see it the way it is. It's like the highest level of love that you can have. I don't even think altering animals is a way of showing love for an animal. Cropping their ears, cutting off their tails, making them sit up, making them turn over. I'm going to teach you to not be a dog. I'm going to teach you to be more like me. Speak, speak. Dogs, what is this? You can train them and then take away some of their dignity, but arf, arf, turn over and all of this kind of thing. Inside they're saying, I hate you. I don't want to do this. Anything that you attempt to alter, that you attempt to edit, that you attempt to change around is something, by my definition, that you show a lack of love for. That's the very way that you show it. By telling somebody, you mean to tell me you don't want to go into your father's business? 19 generations have been shoe repairmen and you don't want to do that? You want to be a hairdresser? And telling them all the things that are wrong with that. Or, I always told my mother, I love the fact that she named me Wayne. Because if you're going to nag your kids, you ought to at least give them a name that lends itself to nagging. It's hard to nag a Richard. So she knew she was going to nag me, and that there would be a lot of people doing that, because I was going to be a scurvy elephant all my life. So, Wayne! It's wonderful. What do you think? Mom! Mommy! Came that way, and Daddy, not at all. It's hard to not nag a daddy, but Mom, you can. They do it in every language, even in Chinese. Every language, you see people nagging their mothers. The point I'm making is if you're going to be someone who is in charge of yourself, you're going to have to take all of those kinds of slings and arrows, all of those things that other people find so offensive. And the qualities, we've really tried to isolate them. One of them is, by the way, that even in a room that seems hot, they don't think hot thoughts. I'm very serious about that. You can start shivering right now. You can start freezing if you want to. If you want to use your mind in a way that you've never used it before. I'm serious. You can, if you sit there and say, my God, look at this place, and they don't have the air conditioner. The fact is that there's a lot of people in here, and there's a lot of body heat in here. And if you sit there and decide to be hot, and decide to fan yourself, and decide you're going to have a lot of hot thing. It's called hot thinking. If you, on the other hand, decide, hey, I'm here, and I am going to be as comfortable as I choose to be tonight. And I'm not going to think a hot thought for a second. I'm going to push that out of my mind. I'm not going to allow it to be something that's going to depress me and ruin an evening that you obviously wanted to come to. I'm not going to do that. I just will push those out. And you can begin to feel the breeze coming across. And you can begin to push out those. You can do that. Little children do that. The mind, training your mind to allow yourself to enjoy virtually anything. Anything. I know that recently I ran a marathon, a 26-mile marathon. And it's an attitude, as I tell everyone, that everything in life is an attitude. It was my third marathon, and I was running with this friend of mine up in Minneapolis. His name is Bucky, and I was going to talk him through his marathon. He just wasn't sure whether he could do it or not. He had trained and everything, but 26 miles, and he had heard all kinds of things like the wall. And I told him, I said, Bucky, I've been in 2 marathons. I won them both. He said, come on, you didn't win the marathon. I said, yeah, Bill Rogers was in that one race with me. I won it. He said, how could you win it? I said, well, it just depends on how you define win. I said, this guy goes out there and runs 2 hours, 10 minutes, and he stops. Anybody can do that. You go out there and run 4 hours like I did, then you got something. And that was my attitude. I really believed that anybody can stop after 2 hours. I was just getting warmed up at that time. Just because I still had 13 more miles to go didn't mean anything. And so I was talking to him, and negative thinking, you see, is something you just have to program out of your life. You just, I mean, in all areas, just to stop thinking negative, down, no matter what it is that's happening to you. You get a flat tire, and one of them goes down, you got all kinds of reasons to be upset. And you have all kinds of reasons not to be upset. 3 of them didn't go down. I mean, you could be 4 times more depressed. You want to see depression? Now, there are 4 tires. Now you got something to think about. It's up to you. And so we're running along, and we hit about 17 miles, and Bucky keeps thinking about the wall. I know that wall is coming, I know. And I said, Buck, there's no wall. That the wall is a myth. We're just going to run right through that wall. We're going for 26 miles. We only have 9 more miles to go. All of a sudden, Mr. Negative pulls up alongside of us. Hey, you guys mind if I run with you? Oh, that's fine, all right? He runs along and says, boy, I'll tell you, you think you're feeling good now? Bucky said, yeah, I don't really feel too bad. He said, you just wait 3 miles up the road, you're going to have cramps that you're not going to believe. And I understand that the temperature is the hottest it's ever been for this date in history. He researched it, so he'd have a lot of things to be upset about. And Bucky said, are you going to make it? This is going to wall. There's no wall. There's no wall. And the guy said, oh, I mean, I'm telling you, it just comes over you. It just comes over you. It's like the devil. It just comes out and it lands on you. I can tell already by just the way that you're sweating and breathing. You got about 3.5, 4 miles at the most in you. Bucky's going, oh, I might as well stop now. Sure enough, I told the guy, I said, look, why don't you just run on over there someplace? We don't want to hear your kind of thinking. I was already starting to believe it. I'm looking for walls all of a sudden. Never saw one in my life. All of a sudden there's walls I'm looking for. Sure enough, about 22 miles, there he was. He had pulled a muscle. He had started something like 11 marathons, had never finished one in his life, ever. This guy, this negative thing. And we just walked, kind of just ran right past him. He had set himself up for that kind of thing. Now, I'll tell you something. When I lined up at that marathon, the very first time I did it, I said to myself, Wayne, you either finish the marathon or you die. You get your choice. That's it. You'll have one excuse. And right on the back of your shirt, you can have it printed in there. I told you it was a wall or something. But you're going to be dead, so you're not going to even know about it. Because that's the only thing that's going to keep you from finishing it. And that went, and whatever pains came along, whatever things I began to think, I would always remind myself that I just was going to refuse to allow myself to be done in by some silly expectations.
The fact is that nobody puts anything in your head. That's like, somebody can come up, like the example of when Bucky and I were running the marathon, and say, it's going to be awful up ahead. You have a couple of choices to do with that what you want to. You have a lot of choices to do anything you want with that. One of them is to believe them and to say, oh, no, and to start looking for it. And then your expectations have been controlled by somebody else. But after a while, after you get on this path that I'm talking about here, where you understand that within you is infinite power, you know that that's not your stuff. That somebody else coming up, when I'm in the middle of running a marathon, and someone comes up to me and says, things are going to really be bad up ahead, that's like, for me, the greatest challenge in the world. I mean, I love that. They haven't set my expectations to be something negative. If anything, they've helped me to set my expectations on, oh yeah? There's nothing, there's no wall up there that I'm interested in at all. When I play in tennis matches in the heat, in the summertime, down in Florida, people will say, well, by the third set, you're just going to be so exhausted, you're going to be sweating so much, and you're going to be cramping, and you're not going to be... And my only reaction to that always is, that's not for me. That's just what other people do, or that's what you do. You just don't allow other people's expectations to become your own. Other people's expectations, you know, as you become more enlightened, are just that. They're their expectations. Your expectations don't come from what other people lay on you. They come from how you process that. And one of the ways you have to process somebody else's negativity is to just say, but that's not mine. I don't own that. That's not for me. You start to spot that. You start seeing it everywhere, wherever you go. You start seeing other people doing this sort of thing and laying negative expectations on, and laying it on yourself as well. I mean, I can't tell you how many times people come up to me and say, oh, you've written a new book. Isn't it going to be really hard to go out and promote it? Or how do you ever go up in front of an audience of people and talk and do that again and after you've done it already 100 times? How could you possibly do that? And it's like, that's all their stuff. What they're really saying to me is, if that were me, I wouldn't be able to approach this from a fresh point of view each time. How do you do that? That's really what they're asking. And I always respond with that. I've never spoke to this audience before. And promoting this book's going to be wonderful. Well, what if you don't get this show or that show? Then I won't be on that show if they don't want me. That doesn't have anything to do with me or with what I'm doing. And great things have no fear of time. You don't get yourself consumed with that. After a while, you learn that you process the things that people say to you from where it's coming from. And you don't own it. You don't become attached to it. It isn't yours. It's never yours. If anything, it just gives you an opportunity to be something even greater than anybody else ever thought that you could become. You see it coming, almost. And you see people subjected to it all the time. I mean, my children very often will come home with, well, she said this about me, and he said that, and they said I can't do that. And I just always remind them that that's just their opinion. That's all it is. It's just an opinion. What you have is the power to do anything that you want to. Anything. And set your expectations for yourself. And know that you will become what you think about, what you expect to become. You'll become that.
Over and over again in management, as I talk to management people, I'm surprised at how many large corporations hire me to come in and talk to them about what seemed at first glance to be a philosophy that's incompatible with business, and which it isn't at all. Because when you take away all of the people from General Motors or Chrysler Corporation or AT&T, you take all the people away, you don't have an AT&T or a GM or a Chrysler. You have a lot of equipment that will rust away on you. That business is in the business of people. And that human beings who are happy and fulfilled
feeling good about themselves, not having family problems, not loaded down with alcoholism, not worried about whether their marriage is falling apart, not always being consumed with depression and anxiety and popping Valium and so on. But people who feel good about themselves, that a corporation wants to have a humanistic approach to running their business. And more businesses are beginning to put in places where you can go and exercise to keep yourself in shape. Places where you can talk about meditation or talk about yoga and talk about getting your mind at peace, where you can meditate at a given moment. Notice, so that in 5 minutes you can get a whole night's rest if you know how to program your mind properly. And it's amazing how much business is turning in this direction. They also have found that these highest level people have peak experiences as their purpose in life. A peak experience, we don't have a word in the English language. That's the best we've been able to come up with, and that was Maslow's term, for what it means to be totally, completely, thoroughly involved in a moment. The ability to transcend everything. Not the I, me focus, but just doers out there doing what seems to make the greatest amount of sense to them, each and every day of their lives. They speak the language of poets and mystics. They speak a language of love, a language of acceptance. The language of the poet is the language of appreciation. And the ability to have those peak experiences, when you train your mind in a way of appreciation, you can have them anywhere. Really, you can. You can be waiting for a bus, and instead of just waiting there sour and hoping that it'll get there and being all upset about it, what you can do is you can begin to look around and open your eyes and look at the world with new eyes. And look all around you. Just look at a stream of light coming through a window and learn how to make that a joyous moment. That highly functioning people are capable, immensely capable, of making any moment a peak experience. The only difference between a flower and a weed is a judgment. That's all. I mean, a flower isn't really better in the world, in the universe. A flower just is. And a weed just is. Some people like these better. The only difference between being beautiful and unattractive is a judgment. There's nobody in the world that's unattractive. It doesn't exist. Not on our planet. Unattractive is just what people decide to believe. Imagine growing up learning not to like yourself and then taking that self everywhere you go. A lot of people do that. And it's one of the silliest things. It's like at the top is the understanding that you are absolutely whatever you decide to believe about yourself. And beautiful is only what you decide to believe. And if you don't like the result of the choices you've been making up until now, whether you're coordinated, a lousy cook, poor at mathematics, not very attractive, not very talented in something, it's because you've chosen to be that. And if you don't like that, then get off the blame wagon and get on the self-responsibility wagon. And you'll have anything that you want in the way of self-worth, because your self-worth is totally and absolutely determined by what you choose to believe about yourself. And choice making is, I make it so important, my friends, that I think of it, it's almost like an obsession. I really believe that we are much more capable people in terms of choice making than we think. And in my heart, in my soul, in everything that I am, I believe that you have the power to choose and control and direct your own destiny. That whether we got it from God, whether we got it from evolution, however it came to us, that what we have is a free will. And it would be the ultimate cruel hoax to believe that we indeed have a free will, but it's only an illusion. That in fact everything's all programmed for us anyway, and we're just living out someone else's script. No, you do have a free will. because I am part of all of humanity. While I am at once unique and special, I am also at the same time a part of all humanity. And anybody, there are no problems that are defined by nationalism. They're defined by human qualities. Not how we fit people in and slot them and compartmentalize them, but what can we do to improve our human condition? These people seem to have that quality, that ability to look holistically at all of us. It's like, let's make this planet, the whole thing, a better place for all of us, so that we eliminate the possibilities for war and killing. And let's start with not killing our animals. Let's start with not even thinking about killing anything that's alive unless it's just absolutely necessary as a part of a food chain. Otherwise, let's have sacredness for life. All things living. These high-level people seem to do that. They are not motivated by their needs to have their sexual fulfillment, their food intake. While these things are certainly important, and we all have to have those, food and basic resolution of our physiology, the need for truth, the need for beauty, the need for love, the need for identification and feeling of belonging as a human being, the need for dignity, and these things run their lives. They run their lives. Their lives are consumed with, not with how am I doing today and what am I getting for myself, but how is this whole thing fitting in? You see, we think that the need for food is more important than the need for truth. Have you ever spent any time around people who do nothing but lie? You take away truth and beauty and a sense of dignity from people, and it's going to kill them just as dead as if you take their food away. It's just going to take a little longer. That we need to have those things in life, and these people seem to be motivated that way. They are able to, what I call, transcend their own ego. They are, Maslow said it, they are more godlike. They are more spiritual. They are more identified with what is really right about humanity. And when you're around people like this, there is such a sensation of inspiration, of wanting to be closer to them, of wanting more, of not being able to get enough of them, that it becomes infectious. And those kinds of people, while they're rare, are the ones who are going to make this planet operate at a higher level, believe me. And we can all have more of that in our lives. They are innovators. They're discoverers of the new. Why? Because they don't go along with the way things always used to be. Because if you just imagine the cook, imagine if we all did things the way we always did them. There would be one recipe book in the world, one cookbook. It would have one recipe in it. Take one whole antelope, build one great big bonfire, and throw it on top. That's it. But innovators say, well, wait a minute, maybe we ought to skin it first, or let's saute it a little, or let's check out its flanks, or its whatever it may be. And the people who are willing to say, no, I don't think I'll do it this way. If I'm cooking, I'll try this. I'll add a little of this. I'll add a little of myself. And what is myself? Unique. I'll add my uniqueness to it. What does creative mean? It means the ability and the willingness to try something unique and apply that uniqueness to anything that they do. That's what creativity is. They have an appreciation for the mysterious in life. They want to try new things. They want to go after things that they've never done before, rather than just drilling and spending their life drilling. Do you understand that if you get up every morning in your life and you go through your life doing what you've always done, and there's no challenge left in it, there's no creativity left in it, whether it's your marriage or whether it's your job or anything else that you're involved in your life, then that is drill. And drill, for some people, is terrific, and for others, it's devastating. They are more childlike. They have what is called unconflicted love. Unconflicted love. The greatest cause of stress in our world is being in an unresolved relationship. Not a divorce, not a marriage, not the change of jobs, not losing a job, not losing someone close to you. It is living on a daily basis in a relationship which you know is unresolved. I don't know if I'm going to be there, if this is where I should be, if I shouldn't be, I don't know.
thinking about it. I'm hoping that he'll change. I'm waiting. I've been waiting 28 years. He still hasn't changed. Maybe things will get better, and so on. Living like that, whether it's 28 years or 28 hours. Living in unconflicted love means I can look out into the world and the people that I love, whether it's 1 or 200 or whoever I come across, whether it's every child and every animal and certainly many, many people, and unconditionally, in an unconflicted way, say, I can love you. And my definition is that you don't have to meet my expectations, and I don't want to be told to meet yours. And if you can just pass that test, you're in unconflicted love. If you're not, resolve it. Resolve it. Whether it's getting it back together and making it work on a daily basis, or getting the hell out of it, you will be in a better position either way. Unconflicted love. And finally, these people who share the secrets of the universe, who seem to understand what I've been talking about, they are what we call growth motivated rather than deficiency motivated. Most of us are motivated by our deficiencies. I want to improve myself, so there I'll do this. This is improvement. You don't have to be sick to get better. You don't have to look at yourself as in bad shape in order to grow. Everything in the universe is exactly as it should be. If you stop judging it, including yourself, and go to work and resolving the things that you don't like and accepting those you can do nothing about, and literally run your life on where I am is just fine, and this is where I'm going, and each day is just fine. That's called growth motivation. Because the cosmic erroneous zone, the biggest one, the big one, the one that hardly anybody can resolve, because they're always caught up in those qualities I talked about earlier, like size and authority and acquisitions and achievement and rules. The biggie. You resolve this one, you got your life in order. Ladies and gentlemen, there is absolutely no way to happiness. Happiness is the way.
The whole concept of peak experience was first talked about by Maslow in Toward a Psychology of Being. And when I first read about it when I was in my 20s, I had a lot of doubts about whether or not you could make all experiences or life experiences a peak experience. And even by definition, the word peak means that all other experiences are below it, since this is the peak, like the mountain peak. And yet I've come now at this stage of my life to know that it really comes from an absence of judging the experience and just being in it, really and truly being in it. Like when I meditate in the morning, that experience, each time I do it, and you'd think, God, you do it every single day, can it just go on being so blissful and so terrific and so wonderful? Because it really is, in fact. People ask me over and over again about meditating, does it require great discipline? And I say, well, if you want to call it discipline to go into a blissful state and just feel it's so good and so terrific, then I guess that requires great discipline. To me, that isn't great discipline at all. It's just I can hardly wait to get there. I can hardly wait to sit down and give myself the opportunity to do the meditating. And each one is a peak experience. And if I do it 70 mornings in a row, each one of those, not in comparison to the other, but just in terms of what it is unto itself, becomes a peak experience. And this is what George Leonard talks about in his learning through mastery notion. That one of the things that it's really good to do is to pick out something that you do in your life, whatever it may be. For me, one of the things is tennis. I play that most days, and swimming and running and writing and things like this. Let's take tennis, for example. And he says, don't try to improve upon it. That is, don't set a lot of goals for yourself and try to get better and better and better. Just play it every day. And while you're playing it, be there. Be completely there. That is, notice everything about what you're doing while you're in it, even if you only do it for 10 minutes. Notice how your arm moves. Feel your heart beating. Notice how you're breathing. check out the motion of your arm as you're serving. Feel your arms and legs going back and forth across the court. Notice the friction between your shoe and the court. And if it's not tennis, maybe it's doing the dishes. And instead of judging it or being angry about it or trying to improve upon it, even if it's cooking a souffle or whatever it may be there and try to be in every single moment of it. Experience it as completely as you possibly can and feel the texture of the water on your hands and feel the soap as it goes over your skin and notice how your hands move across the dish and feel the temperature of the water. In other words, be completely in it. And he said the way that you learn and get good at things is not by setting a lot of goals. He said there will be a long period of time when you will plateau. And I noticed this about myself in my tennis. I plateau sometimes for a couple of years on a particular shot, like a backhand or a serve, or even the level of tennis that I'm playing. And instead of trying to get to the next level, just stay in the level, but be there. Be there completely with it. And then you'll notice that one day you'll be at another level. It's almost like it's automatic. He did it with a form of Tai Chi, a kind of martial arts thing. And he said when he would get to a certain belt level and then try to go to the next level, he would always notice himself getting injured. Like he had 3 or 4 injuries in a row trying to go from one level belt to the next level belt. And he said it was that kind of pressure that he was putting on himself to excel and to get to the peak that prohibited him from getting there. Whereas when he just stayed with the level that he was at and noticed it and was completely absorbed in it, was in the effortless perfection of it in the moment, that after a while he would stay at that level, he would plateau, and he would be at that, and he didn't judge the plateau, and then all of a sudden he'd be at another level. He'd be at the next level belt without even having ever set the goal to be there. And then he said he might plateau there for a year, but he would still always be in it, totally, completely immersed in it, and then he'd be at the next level. And I found that same thing was true with my tennis. I now play at a much higher level than I played 4 or 5 years ago, and I've never set a goal to try to get to another level or anything like that. It's like I've allowed myself to plateau and then rise, plateau and then rise. But the secret in having a peak experience is to be in the moment. Be completely there. Don't let your body be going through one motion and your mind be someplace else, figuring out something else. Be body, mind, and soul all in whatever experience you're having. Forget about getting better at it and know that you will automatically get better at it by being in it completely, totally. And that's how you can turn all life's moments into peak experiences. All life's experiences, yeah. You can mow the lawn and see it as a chore and have your mind someplace else, or you can totally, completely get into that experience and be there. And it may sound hokey, but it's possible to do. Now, I happen not to opt for that. I have somebody else come in and mow the lawn. And I'm totally in the moment as I write out a check for them to do it because I choose to use my moments in a different way. But the things that I do choose to immerse myself in, I am completely in them, and they tend to grow, and I tend to improve without having to set a lot of goals to try to do so. And lo and behold, a teacher comes along and helps me with something that I didn't even realize I was doing, whatever it may be.
Learn how to take what it is that you have and enjoy it and make your life work on your terms, cultivating for yourself a sense of purpose and a sense of mission for yourself. That's like one of the greatest secrets you can learn. Get your nose out of everybody else's garden and get your own in order. And stop focusing on everybody else's. Grow what you want to grow in your garden. Do it. One of the toughest things for people to understand is this little thing that I read in the Tantra, which is a Tibetan form of Buddhism which teaches, as you go up the pyramid, of things to learn about how to survive and how to be your own person, how to be happy and so on. The top, the peak, is the one that hardly anybody understands, and it's the only one that really matters, and it goes like this. Everything in the universe is exactly
as it should be. Think of that. Whatever's out there is supposed to be there. And what's the evidence? It is. That's all. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't change things, because if you can change things, then that should be. So let's, instead of getting mad at it, instead of blaming the mirror for what it reflects, instead of getting mad at the world the way it is, let's accept it and now do what we can to improve it. But you have to get your mind off of judgment in order to do that. Mind off of judgment. Walking down the street, an old person, walking down the beach, looking at young people, whatever old and young mean to you. Look at those kids. They don't even wear any clothes when they go on the beach. They wear bikinis like they toss themselves around. They're throwing frisbees on the beach. They got their dogs over there. All judgment. All looking at the world and saying, I don't accept it for what it is. I want it to be different. And then the young people walking by and look at the old people. Look at those old wrinkles. They don't have any fun at all, and they're always mad at us. They don't wear anything modern. Instead of looking at the world as everything in the world is just exactly as it should be, instead we judge it. We judge it. We wish that it were different. We want it to be something other than it is. And until you can get off of judgment and understand that the truth as it exists out there, is the evidence for it is that it exists. So don't be judging it and looking at the world. You know, the question that the ancient Tantra philosophers used to ask is, do you see the world as it is or as you are? You know, if you see the world as you are, then you want it to be the way you think it should be. If you see the world as it is, then you can improve it, and never before. One of the great secrets was written by Nietzsche. He said, this is my way. What is your way? The way doesn't exist. Think of that. There is no the way to do anything. There is my way. What's your way? The way doesn't exist. You open yourself up to there is no necessarily right way to do it. And when you do that, you eliminate so much conflict, so much pain, so much bitterness. This is my way. What is your way? The way doesn't exist.
This concludes The Universe Within You, your secret source of strength.